turned back on. They saw good data from them from the hot fire test. There's a lot of chatter on the back loops from mission control and the engineers. They're currently discussing a few more of them. Since the hot fire test, Butch and Sunny moved slightly closer to in the approach corridor. All is preparing for the next phase once they finish the analysis of the RCS jet data.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. See you in the hold box. If you can just station keep there, 200 to 210.
If you're just joining us, we are covering the first flight test of astronauts to the International Space Station aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. This is NASA's Boeing crew flight test. The crew lifted off yesterday at 9:52 a.m. Central Time and is currently about 200 meters away from the International Space Station and holding. They do not currently have the go to enter the keep-out sphere and proceed with the docking process, as they are troubleshooting some reaction control system thrusters that failed on the service module. Aboard the Starliner spacecraft are NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore as commander and Sunny Williams as pilot. They are currently manually piloting the spacecraft at that approximate 200-meter hold point.
Re-enabled B1A3, talking about our next approach. Just give us a few minutes.
Bye.
And flight control teams here in Houston have re-enabled the B1A3S service module RCS jet. Twitch and Sunny still station keeping Starliner, hovering between 200 and 210 meters out in front of the approach corridor for the Node 2 forward Harmony node docking port.
A little more info about these RCS thrusters. These are reaction control system thrusters. There are 28 of them, and they are located on the service module. That's the lower portion, essentially, when you look at Starliner. The service module does not return to Earth. Also on the service module are 20 OMAC thrusters. That stands for Orbital Maneuvering and Attitude Control. OMAC thrusters are used for larger burns. Meanwhile, the RCS thrusters, what we are currently troubleshooting, these are used closer to the International Space Station. They allow us to make more fine-tuned changes to the spacecraft's trajectory.
We're about halfway through the orbital night period for Starliner and ISS. Still some analysis being done on the data from the hot fire test, as well as determining which docking window may be available for Starliner once they have.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. Just be advised, looks like you're doing great flying there in the hold box. We lost the first docking window. We're going to still analyzing all the data and getting a path to approach for the next docking window.
That call to the crew from Capcom Neil Nagata here in the White Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas at the Johnson Space Center. We were anticipating the earliest docking today for 11:15 a.m. Central Time, but with that call, we will not be making this first docking window. The second of those windows opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
And just so you're aware, we deactivated Mustang to help out main B power margin.
So we're going to power off the centerline camera for now. We've got good vested.
Yeah, we're good with that.
The crew is just outside that 200-meter keep-out sphere from the International Space Station. And Butch Wilmore continues to manually pilot the spacecraft.
Starliner Houston, we'd like to get back at some level of automation for the hold. So we'd like to take a destination B, retreat 200 meters, then trans auto and point auto. And we're just sit tight here for a minute.
Okay, you want to do that now or sit tight?
No, I'd like you to take those actions now. Destination B, Bravo, then trans auto, point auto, and then what I was saying is we'll sit tight at 200 meters while we're taking a look at the data and getting a path back in.
Okay, we copy that. We're going to go destination Bravo, retreat to 200 meters. Then we're going to go point auto first, and then trans auto.
Yeah, sounds great.
Capcom Neil Nagata, flowing up some information to Butch and Sonny. They're following a short procedure to get Starliner back into autopilot mode.
Expected message, T2A2 is not where we're looking.
Copy, stand by.
Starliner, yep, T2A2 failed off, still have fault tolerance fixed off control.
Copy. I'm not going to try to figure this out myself. Are we still good in Enable 1? Backup control?
Stand by. All right, Butch, with S1A1 and T2A2, both enables are degraded, so you might as well leave it enable 1. And like we talked about last night, if you have to drop the backup, you'll just have to find the right switch to accomplish what you need to accomplish.
That's what I figured. Thanks. Got it.
You're watching live coverage of NASA's Boeing crew flight test to the International Space Station with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams aboard the Starliner spacecraft. We were tracking an initial docking time of 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We will not dock during this during this current docking window. The next docking opportunity opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. That window closes at 1:19 p.m. Central Time. The crew is currently backing away from the 200-meter radius known as the Keep Out Sphere at the International Space Station. They will hold at about 250 meters away. About 45 minutes ago, the teams noticed there were some reaction control system thrusters. These are on the service module of the spacecraft. 4 specifically were beginning to fail off, meaning they would need to be reactivated. The crew took manual control of the spacecraft at the 260-meter hold point and conducted some manual piloting while those 4 reaction control system thrusters were fired. With the current configuration, the teams have not currently given the go for the astronauts and the spacecraft to move inside the Keep Out Sphere. That Keep Out Sphere is a 200-meter invisible radius around the International Space Station, and the spacecraft must be considered 4 orbits safe, meaning it would not move into that radius within 4 orbits if it were to lose control of its thrusters. We are operating out of 2 flight control rooms here at Johnson Space Center. On the left, you see Capcom or capsule communicator Neil Nagata. He's the voice you've been hearing speaking with Butch and Sunny aboard Starliner. We're in the white flight control room. This is the Starliner flight control room. And on the right side of your screen is the International Space Station flight control room just across the hall, where teams are leading the space station and all of its systems.
Starliner and Station Houston on the big loop. Right now, Starliner has enough capability. We have fault tolerance of 6-off control to press in. However, we'd like to do that press in about 17 and a half minutes from now. Given that, we're going to go ahead and perform another hot fire to see if we can recover the T2A2 and S1A1 jets in the intervening time. So for Starliner, once we get into insulation here and get our optical cameras back for Vesta, we're going to get back into the SM hot fire test procedure.
Starliner copies. Sunny's pulling it up. Station copies.
That call from Capcom, Neil Nagata to Butch and Sunny and Starliner. They have analyzed the data from the RCS thrusters they've gotten back, the ones that have been enabled. They do have 6-off control of Starliner, which means they are currently go for a docking. They're currently planning on moving in for the next docking attempt.
Again, that next docking window opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. In the meantime, they are going to conduct a couple more hot fire tests to continue attempting to recover 2 of those RCS, or reaction control system thrusters.
We are reaching the end of the nighttime period for ISS and Starliner. We should expect some views of both Starliner and ISS from each other's cameras shortly. There is a possibility to hot fire some of the jets again during this time period. We will wait for a call from the Capcom.
Starliner for the hot fire. The plan here is we're going to hot fire 3 jets, B1A3, T2A2, S1A1. Part of the reason we have to go back and take a look at B1A3 is because we had an attitude correction. We told you to do it, and it kind of muddied the rates for B1A3. So to get confidence back in it, what we're going to do here is we're going to have you go, go to point hold and manual, right? And then we're going to sweeten up the station keeping. We're going to go to free drift, and then we're going to go ahead. I'll let you know when we start firing those jets. You'll be hands off until I tell you you're hands on. How copy?
We go hands off the 10-minute hands on after we go free drift. We're ready.
Okay, and also to make things a little simpler, we're going to stay in LVLH for this one. So stand by for my next call to get us configured.
Standing by, yeah, we like LVLH. We were curious while we were inertial to begin with. Thank you.
Starliner will take a point hold trans pulse when you get there. Stand by, Ray will give us some words to sweeten up the station keeping.
Okay, we are point hold transpose.
This view coming from the international.
Give us 2 ups. All right, Starliner, we'll take point free, hands off.
Free, hands off.
Again, this view live from the International Space Station, and you can see Starliner still at that approximate 220 to 250 meter point. The space station and Starliner are entering into an orbital daytime, currently flying 259 statute miles over French Polynesia. Of course, we've been keeping you updated with all of the Starliner updates here in the White Flight Control Room, but my teammate Gary Jordan across the hall has been keeping tabs on everything space station. We'll go to Gary.
Heard a jet fire on board.
Roger.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Of course, we're following along every step of the way with the teams over in the next flight control room following Starliner operations. Some of the views you were seeing were of the flight director, Vincent Lacourt, speaking with Ed Van Cise, flight director over in the Starliner flight control room, coordinating on entering that keep out sphere. We've been showing you periodic views of some of the telemetry that shows that sphere. Now, of course, once we cross that boundary, we're, of course, now in integrated operations, but that boundary needs to be carefully coordinated before pressing in and make sure it has the right fault tolerance. Outside the keep out sphere now, Butch and Sunny remaining in a hold position. That go to proceed inwards has been given by the teams confident enough in the configuration of Starliner with the necessary redundancies to back away if needed once inside the keep out sphere. Lots of coordination happening on both sides before giving that call. But from the International Space Station flight control team, there is enough confidence in the configuration to go ahead and press in. And we're following along with these views from the International Space Station. Getting great views, the sun reflecting.
Starliner, we'll take point, hold, and then point back at the target, please.
Take hold, and we will point back at the target.
Good read back.
The point hold of the SARG being one of the features of the International Space Station. The VESTA system, which we've been talking about on Starliner, tracks some of the features of the International Space Station, just making sure the pointing is right, and we do have some time to figure it out. Again, there's another about 8-minute window before the crew is given the go to press in inside the keep-out sphere. Now, there are several milestones once we press inside the keep-out sphere to enable a docking, the window of which starts at 12:33 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. But once inside the keep-out sphere, the crew is scheduled to have a 10-meter hold point. We're not pressing in straight from the current position, just outside, just about 200, a little inside 220 meters right now from the station's forward port.
If that's okay with you, and otherwise it's good.
Good with the attitude. Point free, hands off.
Attitude point free, hands are off.
S1A1 fired.
Jet fire.
Roger.
Capcom Neil Magada in the Starliner flight control room. The voice you're hearing inside Starliner is Sonny Williams, confirming that when the ground teams enable the thruster firing for that hot fire test, which had been reported to the crew.
We got a pretty good yaw rate. Let me fix this.
Negative. We're firing B1A3. Stand by.
These numbers you're hearing are the specific thrusters.
And we heard it.
Roger that. We're looking.
You heard confirmation of feeling some of those thrusters, S1A1, B1A3. There's the specific thrusters that are targeted for these hot fire tests before proceeding into the keep-out sphere. Again, the teams are comfortable with the current configuration with some of the reaction control thrusters. In the current configuration off, however, some of these thrusters that are being fired now are part of the hot fire test to try to recover some of those. Even though there is redundancy, recovering those would just add enough redundancy or additional redundancy outside of the already go configuration. The crew reporting that they are feeling those thrusters as they are hot fired.
Okay, we'll take point hold to get us back on target track. Point hold and take us back and point us back to the target.
Okay, we'd like to do translation.
Stand by. Starliner, your go to translate back to the hold box manually.
From the view of the space station, you're looking at Starliner a little more than 220 meters away. The crew has been given a go to switch back to manual mode and push in just a little bit to the hold box before pressing in. Team's continuing to analyze the hot fire test. And we're tracking and following along with the teams before going ahead to press in. From this view in the orbital daytime, you can see some of the RCS jets firing. as crew takes manual control.
Say again, Tony.
Yeah, back in the box.
And can you guys get us in 200 to 210 meters, please?
200 to 210.
Starliner crew confirming. From the ground, they just need to push in just a little more from where they are. An extra 10 meters or so should get them inside the box, the planned hold box. Again, and they'll continue to hold there. Right now, the crew on manual flight and continue to hold there until given the go to press inside the keep out sphere. We're just a few minutes away from the scheduled time that the crew is scheduled to depart inside the keep out sphere. We'll follow along with the teams as they give that go. This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting live views from the station of the Starliner, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams inside, manually piloting the Starliner in a station keeping hold position. Right now, just about 212 meters from the station. Station and Starliner are flying approximately 257 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean, approaching the west coast of Mexico, about to fly over the Midwest of the United States on a northeastern trajectory. In an orbital daytime, you're getting great views from the outside of the station. Teams continuing to analyze the Starliner before going ahead and pressing in to the keep out sphere. The earliest window to do so is crossing right about now, but we'll wait for that go from both teams concurring to press in and go through those next steps to the 10-meter hold point. We'll get that view of Starliner a lot closer than what we're seeing now. We're attempting right now the second docking window, continuing to look at the Starliner and its systems, the reaction control thrusters that are needed to enable a go to proceed inside the keep out sphere and ensure safe docking to the International Space Station. The window for that second attempt opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. That's, of course,
Starliner Houston C in the box. We'll take auto.
Auto.
the crew manually flying again and station keeping within the hold window inside, right now inside 210 meters. Given the go to switch to auto hold mode, giving Butch and Sonny a break from stick time, holding in that position before proceeding inwards towards the keep out sphere. Again, we were talking about the windows. 12:33 is the beginning of that window. 1:19 p.m. Central Time is the back end of that window. flight controllers here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, continuing to evaluate steps needed to ensure a go to proceed inside the keep out sphere, and go ahead and press in for that attempting for docking within the second window. We're following along very closely and coordinating.
Houston. So based on the hot fire test, the T2A2 and S1A1 had satisfactory results. We didn't get a result out of B1A3. So we're going to re-enable T2A2, S1A1, and inhibit B1A3.
We copy all. You're going to inhibit B1A3. The other two, we see one of them back online, and it felt like the rest of them to us. I'm not sure what your data shows, but okay, copy all.
Okay. Just read that back. You felt all three.
Yes, we felt all three.
Roger. And by getting back T2A2, backup enable 1 became full again. And I don't think you switched out of that, but we're still go backup enable 1.
After that, enable 1 on, enable 2 is off. SMRCS.
Roger that.
So again, holding outside the keep out sphere, Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams inside the Starliner spacecraft, working hand in hand with the ground controllers here, or the flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Starliner flight controller room in the room next door to the International Space Station flight control room. The teams worked together to hot fire some of the reaction control thrusters that went down. Looks like some of the reaction control thrusters, 2 specifically, performed well, so those will be re-enabled. 1 did not perform so well, so they're going to go ahead and inhibit that particular thruster. That one's B1A3. Currently analyzing the configuration before pressing in. The flight control team here in Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station flight control team, working hand in hand to make sure that we are jointly operating within the flight constraints needed to press inside the keep out sphere. Flight Director Vincent LaCourte here in the International Space Station flight control room, working hand in hand with Ed Van Cise, the flight director in Starliner Mission Control. We're continuing to follow along here in the International Space Station flight control room. Let's go ahead and head over to the White flight control room with the Starliner teams following along.
Starliner,
Leah and Jim.
Go to recover. It's an OrbTraj tab stop 8 for recover.
Stop 8, recover. Here we go.
Thanks, Gary, and welcome back to the White Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center. Yes, we are monitoring Starliner here in this room, all teams continuing to analyze the data from the recent tests. And as you can see, Starliner in this live view from the International Space Station, it is essentially parked at about 200 meters away from the station. Again, we are waiting to move into the keep out sphere, that 200-meter radius around the space station. We are targeting the next docking window that opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. Now we are in another tracking and data relay satellite system handover. We expect to regain those visuals shortly. Meanwhile, here's another good look at the teams in Mission Control Houston, both Starliner and International Space Station. As Gary just shared, over there on the left, in the middle of your screen, that is Neil Nagata. That's the Capcom you've been hearing speak with the crew. Down toward the bottom in the white shirt is NASA astronaut Mike Fink. You may have seen him on the launch broadcast yesterday. He is also a crew member for the Starliner 1 mission. Up at the top of your screen, that's Flight Director Ed Van Cise.
And Starliner progressing slowly through the approach corridor now. We've just reached 187 meters. 190 meters is the first distance, and Starliner's flight plan for docking. First milestone inside of the keep out sphere. currently moving towards station at about 23 centimeters per second. We're going to continue our slow approach until the 10-meter point at which we have a planned hold where we will enable the NASA docking system, NDS, and then prepare for a final docking several minutes afterwards.
Starliner is directly lined up with the Node 2 forward port. That is where it will be docking today. Also docked to the Node 2 port are the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. That's on the Zenith side. So once Starliner arrives, we will have 2 American crewed spacecraft at the International Space Station.
Station Houston on the big loop. Starliner is inside the keep out sphere. Begin monitoring per 1.106, step 1.1.
1.1, 1.106, station.
And with Starliner inside the keep out sphere, this is the second of those 2 invisible boundaries that we use to govern arriving and departing spacecraft. The first is the approach ellipsoid. That's when our joint operations begin between the space station and the Starliner teams. Now, the keep out sphere, we had to wait outside of this location for a go. You have to have at least 4 orbits safe before you can move into the keep out sphere. That means if you were to lose control of your thrusters, you would not move inside that boundary for 4 orbits.
Just to make sure we're on the same page, we're inside the keep out sphere, and we are in procedure 6.102, step 28 with you.
And Starliner is with you. Light fill 2's up to 45 hits.
And Barry, that is as expected. Those will reject up until 10 meters.
As Starliner continues its approach, both it and the International Space Station are flying approximately 261 statute miles over Kansas, crossing into Nebraska. Another satellite handover as Starliner continues its approach to the International Space Station. Again, we track these handovers on the tracking data and relay satellite system, and we have regained that visual communication of Starliner on its approach. Again, we are inside the keep out sphere. Starliner has been given the go to proceed, and we are targeting the earliest docking time for 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
And Starliner looking good on our current rates in. We're expecting about a 6-minute lighting hold when we get to 10 meters.
6-minute lighting hold, copy.
Capcom, Neil Nagata, providing some status updates to Butch and Sunny up in Starliner. And they're still progressing slowly towards the 10-meter hold point. Currently right at around 109 meters away from the Node 24 docking port, progressing at about 21 centimeters per second. Once Starliner reaches the 10-meter holding point, it will hold for about 6 minutes to wait for nominal lighting. Part of the reason for that hold and the nominal lighting is to get enough sunlight in the right direction to help Starliner's Vesta cameras view all of the features of ISS for part of the image recognition part of the Vesta system, as well as it also helps the ISS crew continue to monitor Starliner from their side.
And just a reminder of the NASA astronauts aboard Starliner today. Commander Butch Wilmore, it is his third flight to the International Space Station after having been selected as an astronaut in 2000. He flew first to the International Space Station as a pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009 and served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 in 2014. NASA astronaut Sunny Williams is the pilot for the CFT mission, or Crew Flight Test. She was selected to be a NASA astronaut in 1998. This is also her third flight to the International Space Station, the first one coming as a flight engineer for Expedition 14, and in 2012, a member of Expedition 32. Starliner is now approximately 90 meters away from the International Space Station.
And at the 100-meter point of Starliner's approach towards ISS, it has slowed down to 0.1 meters per second, or 10 centimeters per second. It will continue at that lower rate until it reaches the 10-meter holding point.
And to recap, we are again targeting a docking no earlier than 12:33 p.m. Central Time. This comes after some troubleshooting of some reaction control system thrusters. Those are also known as RCS thrusters on the service module portion of the Starliner spacecraft. We had 5 at different points, had 5 of those thrusters go offline, and through several hot fire tests, we were able to bring back 4 of those thrusters and obtain the go and the redundancy that we needed to enter the keep-out sphere and approach the International Space Station for docking.
Passing through the 80-meter mark on Starliner's approach to the Node 24 docking port, we'll expect another decrease in velocity right around the 50-meter mark. We'll cut it in half down from 0.1 meters per second to 0.05. Then further, when we get to the 30-meter mark, we will turn on Starliner's forward docking lights.
Starliner now approximately 63 meters away from the International Space Station. Again, we are docking to the Node 2 forward port today. We are now 33 minutes away from the opening of the next docking window. However, we may hold at the 10-meter hold point for lighting to balance out and give us a better view of the international docking adapter that Starliner is targeting. Starliner continues to use the VESTA system as it approaches the International Space Station. That stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. There are two VESTAs on Starliner so that we have fault tolerance. These include vision-based cameras, a long-wave infrared camera, as well as LiDAR.
Starliner just passing the 50-meter mark. It has now slowed its approach rate to 5 centimeters per second, 0.05 meters per second.
Starliner continues to approach the International Space Station. Both are traveling at approximately 17,000 miles per hour, but in these proximity operations, we have to move very slowly and precisely to line up properly with the Node 2 forward port. We are now about 44 meters away from that docking adapter. The next hold point comes at the 10-meter hold point. And again, we anticipate that we may hold here for some time while we wait for the lighting to balance out for Starliner.
And coming up on 40 meters away from station, still progressing at about that 0.05 meter per second approach rate. Starliner currently experiencing a period of relative darkness where the visual spectrum cameras aren't getting as much information from its picture, but the LiDAR and infrared cameras are taking over for most of the data capture.
Again, this is NASA's Boeing crew flight test to the International Space Station, the first flight of astronauts aboard Starliner. Today, they are carrying NASA's Butch Willimore and Sunny Williams, both making their third trip to the International Space Station after lifting off at 9:52 a.m. Central Time yesterday from Space Launch Complex 41 in Florida. And we are coming up on 30 meters from the International Space Station, getting a beautiful view now of Starliner as it continues its approach. We are in an automated piloting mode at this time, so the crew is not having to command the spacecraft. Starliner is designed to automatically rendezvous and dock with the space station, but we have seen the crew take manual control of the spacecraft a couple of times during this flight test. One of those happened yesterday afternoon while we were in what is called far field operations. They essentially got to test maneuvering the spacecraft in case they ever did need to take manual control. And because that test went well, they did the same thing as we were at about the 260-meter hold point earlier today.
just passed through the 30-meter mark, and you see the Starliner's forward docking lights turn on. Station is getting a good view of Starliner with the lighting coming from that direction. We're waiting for the Earth to spin a little bit more, sun to move relatively, so Starliner gets a good set of lighting on station, and we'll continue the approach towards the No. 24 docking port. Starliner nearing the 20-meter point, currently at about 22 meters away, still progressing at 0.05 meters per second. From Starliner's view, front of station is still fairly dark, using mostly the LiDAR sensor for feature tracking on the front of the docking, No. 24 docking port. Currently, you can see Starliner's NASA docking system, NDS. Docking cover has been open for a long period of flight. Currently, the docking ring on the soft capture system is retracted. It's the inner metal ring on the front of NDS with the 3 pedals sticking out from it. Once we hit the 10-meter docking hold point, Starliner will extend the soft capture system, which is a series of motor-controlled arms. Once we start moving forward after the 10-meter hold point, those arms will remain extended. Starliner will approach the international docking adapter. Upon contact, there are several spring-loaded latches that will attach Starliner to station. Then, several minutes later, the arms on that soft capture system will retract. From there, there are several hooks that will securely latch Starliner onto that docking port, and then from there we will have hard capture. Right now, we're currently coming up on 16 meters away.
And again, we anticipate holding at that 10-meter hold point. This is a built-in hold, and we may wait here until we get ideal lighting. The International Space Station and Starliner are flying over Algeria and about to cross into an orbital nighttime. Again, we see about 16 sunrises and sunsets each day when traveling at orbital velocity. That's 17,500 miles per hour. In terms of relative velocity right now, Starliner is traveling at about 0.05 meters per second. And to translate that, that's about 1/10 of a mile an hour as it moves in toward the International Space Station.
Meter hold confirmed.
Houston copies, and Starliner, we're expecting 6-minute lighting hold before NDS configures for docking.
Station Houston on the big loop. Starliner's at the 10-meter hold point. ISS crew perform 1.106, step 1.2.
Station copies on the big loop, executing 1.2 of 1.106. ISS crew ready for final approach.
Houston copies.
Starliner Houston, got your fill-ins for your step 31. The maneuver to target align will be at 17:27:40. Expect final approach at 17:30. We're going to have 47 minutes of margin.
Okay, 17:27:40 and final approach 17:30. We don't know if you said 40 or 00.
It was going to be, well, the time for final approach 17:30:00 with 47 minutes of margin, 47.
Okay, 00 with 47 minutes of margin, copy.
Starliner holding steady in the 10-meter hold point. Currently about 3 minutes and 50 seconds away until for the first phase of the 10-meter hold. We're waiting for better lighting for Starliner's cameras. In the second phase of the 10-meter hold, the NASA docking system will continue to finish its initialization.
Starliner appears suspended in space as it and the International Space Station continue traveling at over 17,000 miles per hour. And again, we are anticipating an orbital nighttime here shortly. We are at the 10-meter hold point. This is a built-in hold for all arrivals. And we will continue holding here until we get the lighting that the teams are looking for to continue to press in towards that node 2 forward port.
With this close-up view, you can actually get a pretty good view of what the Vesta cameras look like and where they are. Those are the two black rectangular shapes in the upper right and bottom left of that front docking port area. There's also an additional camera offset to the left, just above the orange data connection. Those cameras are spread out in different locations to help better track different features on the front of the international docking adapter.
And we are again in a satellite handover with the International Space Station. Station uses the tracking and data relay satellite systems, and we expect to regain visual communication shortly. However, we will still be at that 10-meter hold point. Again, the docking window opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. And we are in an automated piloting for the Starliner spacecraft, so Butch and Sunny are able to continue monitoring its approach once we resume that, but they will not be needed to take manual control and fly in and dock the spacecraft. That capability does exist, and we tested some of that manual piloting earlier in the flight.
So we just hit 10-meter hold 2. We're putting step 32 in work, if you're ready.
We are ready.
Again, Houston.
We are ready.
Okay, here goes, step 32.
Here we go. Roger.
All right, NDS latch NEA switch is in enable.
Roger. Starliner reactivating Mustang.
Okay.
Continuing to hold at the 10-meter point while the NASA docking system extends the docking ring, or the soft capture ring, I should say. Now less than 10 minutes away from the opening of the next docking window, again that coming at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
Starliner, Houston on a big loop, NDS and entry cover are configured for docking.
Starliner copies, we're ready.
Capcom Neil Nagata and Commander Butch Wilmore, both confirming that they see NDS ready for docking. We're currently sitting about 1 minute 55 seconds away from the final approach ignition. During the last 10 meters, you'll see Starliner approach at a very slow rate, similar to the last 50 meters that we saw coming in the approach corridor.
The view on the right of your screen in the larger box, that's from Starliner's Vesta cameras. This helps Starliner align with the International Space Station. Again, we are docking to the Node 2 forward port today. Window opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
And we're looking about 30 seconds away from the final approach.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. You are go to command final approach with tap stop 4, OFM, trigger next.
Here comes the Sunny's putting in the trigger next. Tap stop 4.
Station Houston on the big loop. For ISS crew, perform 1.106 steps 1.3 and 1.4.
Station copies, executing 1.3, 1.4, 1.106.
And the Starliner crew have gotten the authority to proceed for the final approach. Starliner is currently at just over 9 meters away, approaching at about 0.05 meters per second, or 5 centimeters per second, towards the known 2 forward docking port.
Again, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, the commander, and Sonny Williams, the pilot, on the crew flight test today. This is an autonomous docking, meaning they are monitoring from inside Starliner, but the spacecraft is currently flying itself. Starliner now less than 7 meters away from the International Space Station. All good calls on the ground.
Estimated time of contact is 2 minutes.
Now approximately 5 meters.
And Starliner passing through 4 meters.
Now less than 3 meters away from the International Space Station. Good performance calls coming from teams in mission control.
Starliner at 1.5 meters away, currently about 25 seconds from docking. .5 meters.
Contact capture.
We see the same.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time, above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing crew flight test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station. Butch and Sunny have made their arrival.
Starliner's soft capture system has finished attenuating any motion after initial capture. Next step for the NASA docking system is to retract its extension arms. It'll allow the hooks on the hard capture system to attach to the docking port on the Node 2 forward international docking adapter.
And with the arrival of Starliner, again, that coming at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, we have 2 American crewed spacecraft aboard the International Space Station. And with contact and capture of the Starliner spacecraft, we are now securing the spacecraft to that Node 2 forward port. First step in that is ring retraction of the NASA docking system soft capture ring. Once that's complete, there are 12 hooks that will need to drive and more firmly secure the spacecraft. Those will happen in 2 sets of 6. This takes anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes after the spacecraft arriving to the International Space Station.
Houston Station on the big loop, thrusters disabled for hard maintenance.
Houston copies.
We're now about 6.5 minutes after initial contact and capture of the soft capture system. We can expect the hard capture hooks to start anytime after about 7 minutes from that soft capture time frame. So while we're waiting for the NASA docking system on the Starliner side to finish completing its docking procedure, let's go over to the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Hey, thank you, Jim. We're following along every step of the way here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight Director Judd Freeling working hand in hand with the teams over with you over in the Starliner Mission Control, ensuring that everybody's following the joint flight rules that are necessary. There's Judd Freeling in the forward end. To his left is Diana Trujillo, working to monitor all the different steps together. Will Vu over to Vince's right is to Vincent LaCourt's right is Will Vu, the voice from Mission Control here in Houston, up to the crew aboard the International Space Station. Space Station has a couple of maneuvers in order to proceed with the next steps of retracting the NASA docking system ring on the Starliner. The thrusters need to be disabled on the International Space Station side, and the International docking adapter must be aligned with the NASA docking system. Teams here in Mission Control Houston verifying all of those have passed, so we're following along to proceed towards a hard capture. Again, we had soft capture confirmed at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. The hard capture secures Starliner to the International Space Station. Expect to hear some words from the crew after that hard docking is complete. In the meantime, lots to follow along with to ensure a safe docking, a safe hard docking of Starliner to the International Space Station. A couple of steps. Now, of course, after that hard dock is complete, we still have to go ahead and open up the hatches, so the teams here will remain on console and follow along through the methodical steps necessary to pressurize the vestibule in between Starliner and the International Space Station. That vestibule is the International Docking Adapter. Right now, it has been exposed to vacuum, awaiting for Starliner's arrival. Once Starliner is hard docked, they'll follow procedures in order to pressurize that vestibule from 0 psi to match that of Starliner and the International Space Station, same as we have here at sea level, 14.7 psi. That will take some time in order to accomplish. Now, because we docked on the second opportunity here, the second docking window that we were tracking as part of the flight to the International Space Station, we'll follow along to provide estimated times of hatch opening and the welcome ceremony, where the Expedition 71 crew will formally welcome the two first-time flyers of Starliner to the International Space Station, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, the first to fly the Boeing Starliner. Bringing you live views from here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight Director Vincent LaCourte talking with the flight control team. We're all awaiting for the hard capture of Starliner to the International Space Station. Again, soft capture confirmed at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. We're in a short handover period, so we do not quite have live views from the International Space Station. Should hopefully be regaining those shortly to show you some live views of the spacecraft, the two spacecraft docked together, International Space Station and the Starliner. Fellow Flight Director TJ Creamer was just passing behind Vincent LaCourte and Diana Trujillo. Lots of team members here in Mission Control Houston following along through the steps after docking the Starliner to the International Space Station. Visiting Vehicle Officer Dory Tomeko is following along with the teams over in the Starliner Flight Control Room. The Visiting Vehicle Officer, a console position here in Mission Control Houston that works very closely with any visiting vehicle spacecraft. The choreography necessary to safely dock and hard capture a visiting vehicle to the International Space Station must be carefully coordinated, and even events on board the International Space Station must be coordinated as well. Again, we talked about the attitude control systems with thrusters inhibited on the space station. Right now, control moment gyros are the ones that are holding the International Space Station in place until after the hard capture, when those thrusters can be re-enabled. There's also an exercise constraint on board the International Space Station, trying to limit the vibrations during dynamic operations of docking two spacecraft together at 17,500 miles an hour. For those just tuning in, we do have a contact and soft capture of the Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, currently at the forward end of the space station inside the Starliner spacecraft. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Team working hand in hand with Starliner Flight Control right down the hall here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The teams are now working through carefully choreographed procedures to ensure a hard docking to the International Space Station. After soft capture is confirmed, there is a series of very critical steps in order for that NASA docking system ring to retract on the Starliner spacecraft, pulling in the spacecraft for a hard dock. At this time, all the flight controllers you see here in the room are watching over those systems and following those procedures very carefully. This is not the first time that Starliner has docked to the International Space Station. Of course, we did have Starliner dock as part of the uncrewed flight demonstration that was OFT-2. This is the first docking with crew inside, of course. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, both NASA astronauts, awaiting for their arrival aboard the International Space Station. We'll be providing you periodic updates and continuing our coverage through the entire procedure, including the hard dock and welcome of the Starliner crew to the International Space Station. Again, we'll remain on air continuously through the entire procedure of hard docking to the International Space Station. The docking of Starliner to the International Space Station leaves a small gap called a vestibule in between the station and the Starliner. That vestibule is currently at vacuum, and methodically over the next few hours needs to be, once of course hard dock is confirmed, needs to be pressurized up to sea level to match that of the internal pressure of Starliner and the International Space Station at 14.7 psi. We'll follow along from both sides, from the space station side as well as the Starliner side. Crew aboard the International Space Station will work through procedures to open up the different hatches and prepare the pressurized mating adapter for welcoming Butch and Sonny inside the orbital complex. There are many steps in order to outfit the pressurized mating adapter and prepare for their arrival, including opening up various hatches, including the Node 2 forward hatch and what's called the APES hatch. This is the hatch on the station side. On the Starliner side, the hatch is called the IVA, and that will be opened as well to allow a clear path for Butch and Sonny to enter into the International Space Station.
Starliner, all books are closed.
Houston copies. We agree, and we're just waiting for the sequence to complete.
Again, you're getting live views from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. On the forward end of the screens there, you see some of the camera is set up in the Node 2 module of the International Space Station. This is at the very forward end. The hatch that you're looking at in this view is the Node 2 forward hatch. That is one of 3 that will be needed to be opened in order to welcome Butch and Sonny to the International Space Station. Currently closed as part of the docking operations.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. We've all been waiting a little while for this call. That was an OK 3-wire, Fly Navy, docking complete.
Okay, indeed. Nice to be attached to the big city in the sky.
And from the ISS Flight Control Team, congratulations to all NASA and Boeing teams on this historic day. Butch and Sonny, nicely done. Welcome back to the ISS.
Outstanding. Great place to be. We're looking forward to staying here for a couple of weeks and getting all the things done in Starliner that we need to get done, and also on station, ready to work.
Welcome aboard, Starliner.
Starliner Capcom, Neil Nagata on the right in your screen, flanked to his side by NASA astronaut Mike Fink. To the left of Neil, Starliner Flight Director Ed Van Cise.
We're going to call that the big time.
Yeah, you have extension.
I said we're going to call that the big time approach and controlled collision, and the Claremore grab, grapple, cinch, and hold.
All right, roger that. It's on the record now.
Butch and Sonny, of course, very much looking forward to entering the International Space Station, the crew aboard the space station as well.
Starliner Houston on the big loop.
Station's here.
With the residue report on the outside of the Starliner hatch, we're going to work hatches one at a time, starting on the ISS side. So after APAS hatch open for TC, this is 1.302 step 5.6. Let us know if you smell anything off nominal. If you do, close the hatch and egress and we'll talk. But if things are good, we'll take some photos of the Starliner hatch, and assuming that we're still good, we'll work to get the Starliner hatch opened.
Okay, a copy in 1.302. Say again the step. I've got a...
Not a problem, TC. Step 5.6 is the actual APAS hatch opening.
Okay, that may be another...
TC, we're just giving you a big picture right now, so...
One more thing from Starliner.
Go ahead, Starliner.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
TC, we're not ready for you to get into those steps yet. We'll let you know when we are ready. And one additional point here, we want you to focus those photos and your inspection on the actual window in the hatch.
Roger that. Photos on the actual window hatch.
So we're not sure everyone involved, but certainly great work by Flight and the prop team and whoever else was working to get us attached here. So fantastic. We're proud of you.
And we appreciate that down here, Butch. Starliner Houston, on the big loop, I'm ready for you to pick up in step 1 of 1.302, the CST-100 post-docking leak checks and ingress.
Station Houston on the big loop for TC. We're ready for you to perform step 2.1 and 1.302.
Copy and work.
Starliner Houston big loop, just be advised we're deactivating Mustang for your suit doffing activities. I'll let you know when it's off.
Hey, and can you say the procedure one more time? We were screwing around doing other things.
No worries. 1.302, that's the first green block on your activity, on your timeline, CST hatch leak check. And that's step 1 only, please.
Step 1, CST hatch leak check.
Lots happening right now. Congratulations in the Starliner flight control room. Handshakes all around. Crew is carefully awaiting confirmation of hard dock to proceed with the next steps. Of course, opening up the hatches and welcoming Butch and Sonny to the International Space Station. The contact and soft capture was confirmed at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. Teams in the room there in Starliner Mission Control celebrating the arrival of Butch and Sonny. We're hearing on both ends, on the Starliner end and on the International Space Station end, proceeding to open up the hatches. Celebration here in the International Space Station flight control room as well. Excitement all around to welcome Butch and Sonny on board. Again, it'll be a number of hours before we go ahead and open up those hatches. These steps to safely do so are very methodical. We'll follow along and continue our coverage every step of the way and give you updates on estimated times of the hatch opening and the welcome ceremony. The Mustang system that you heard referred to on the loops there is the internal camera system. Hope to...
I know you got the numbers, but 1.2 is 14.8, 14.8.01. We're in our 10-minute wait. We started about 30 seconds ago.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Hey, Butch, say again the time.
Oh, 200.
Roger.
I stand back. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. That's my from TPI counter. Make that 0445.
And Starliner, Houston, Big Loop, the Mustang cameras are off OFF.
Well, it's a wonderful day in both of the flight control rooms here in Houston. Starliner flight control teams and International Space Station flight control teams, as well as the crew aboard the International Space Station and inside Starliner, all working together to bring these two spacecraft together. We have confirmed docking at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. That was a contact and soft capture. Now the teams in both rooms are celebrating and congratulating all of the hard work that got us to this moment, the two spacecraft together. We're counting down, and we're going to follow along as part of our live coverage every step of the way to take you through the hatch opening steps and welcome Butch and Sunny on board the International Space Station. This is just the beginning of the celebrations, but we still have a lot to do. From here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, we'll follow along as the International Space Station crew, specifically Matt Dominic and Tracy Dyson, will work together to open up the hatches and begin the methodical sequence of preparing for Butch and Sunny to be welcomed aboard the International Space Station, including pressurizing that vestibule. For now, though, we'll toss it back over to Leah Cheshire and Jim May, who we've been working with and coordinating closely to enable today's docking. Leah and Jim.
Thanks, Gary, and welcome back to the White Flight Control Room, where you can see there is a lot of activity happening behind us. Again, we docked today at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, and we are anticipating hatch opening around 2:20 p.m. Central Time. So the teams are already stepping through those procedures on the space station and on Starliner.
And this is Boeing's Jim May. I'll be signing off. Thank you for letting me be there with you for this pretty historic moment for the Starliner crew, the ISS crew, all of NASA. My counterpart, Boeing's Rebecca Regan, will be taking you through with Leah and the rest of the team for the rest of the hatch opening and the ceremony for Starliner's crew arriving, Butch and Sunny arriving at the International Space Station.
That's right. We're not going anywhere. We're staying live until we see Butch and Sunny come floating through the hatch. We also anticipate to see some views from the crew while still aboard Starliner through the Mustang video system. We've heard some calls that those cameras have been taken off for now. That way the crew can get out of their suits and into something a little more comfortable before they join the other side of the space station crew. Again, still live here in the International Space Station, in the Starliner flight control room, as teams continue celebrating the arrival of Starliner today. That happened at 12:34 p.m. Central Time.
Starliner, just curious, who is setting prop today?
Say again, Butch?
Okay, who's sitting prop today?
It's Mr. Lenort, sir.
Mr. Lenort, a man we all look up to. Thank you. Please relay your team that some really great expeditious work. It's not unnoticed, of course. Wonderful.
Yeah, he's not standing now, so I don't have to look up to him, but we copy that. Appreciate it.
Station Houston on the big loop. ISS thrusters have been enabled, and as you can probably guess, hard mate is complete.
Station copies. Great news. All right, so we're showing 10 minutes, and the numbers look the same, except the vestibule pressure went down 1/100th of a percent.
Roger that, Butch. Good leak checks. We're good for you to pick up in 1.4.
Okay, comes 1.4. All right, Houston, initial hatch leak check is complete.
Roger that.
And we'll stand by until you verify that the India's power down is done.
All right, Butch. Yeah, we concur. India's power down's complete. We're working with ISS for the initial vestibule pressurization. As you heard, we're going to have a delta this procedure where we're not opening the hatches SIMO.
Okay.
Station Houston on the big loop for TC. You have a go to perform step 3 in 1.302. TC Houston on the big loop. We'd like for you to close the APAS equalization valve.
Starliner Houston, air to ground 1.
Copy, good config.
Houston, Starliner, we're air to ground 1. Just to let you know, also the WAP and all the CNS stuff is stored down, and centerline camera's all stored down.
Okay, hey, yeah, copy that. And then for your panel, Sunny, the pilot panel, can you take space talk listen, please?
Absolutely. Deal complete.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Thank you. We just get a hum because we got the big loop configured. Figured we'd move over to air to ground 1 just for a little bit to declutter the loops. No, we're not per timeline. So if you take a look at your timeline, we were calling up centerline camera WAP, and then you got all your suit DOF and those activities. You can reference your plan on the tablet. Just curious with the centerline camera, before we turned it off, did you guys catch a last battery reading, or maybe you saw something right as we got close?
It was right about 3/4, actually, because that was the one that I had charged up overnight. So it was 3/4 when we shut it down.
Okay, great news. Thank you so much.
Houston Station on the big loop. Just a report per procedure. GMT 18:19:20 was when the APAS equalization valve was closed.
Houston copies.
And Neil, when you guys are ready for those comm checks, let us know. Also, we're just standing by for that as well.
Yeah, copy that.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining our continuous coverage of the CFT, the Crew Flight Test mission to the International Space Station, the first flight of astronauts aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire. We saw docking of the Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station at 12:34 p.m. Central Time.
And I'm Boeing's Rebecca Regan, and just before I got on console here, there was NASA leadership and Boeing leadership in the room congratulating everyone for docking with the International Space Station today with the Starliner. First time that we've ever had humans on board, so really exciting day, and took a little bit to get there, and I think on display was just an ultimate team sport by the Boeing and NASA team this afternoon.
Absolutely, and not to mention the hard work and efforts of our two crew members aboard Starliner itself. That's NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. They are still in the Starliner capsule. We have confirmation that hard capture is complete, so the spacecraft is securely attached to the Node 2 forward port on the International Space Station, and teams are continuing to work through the steps ahead of hatch opening. We anticipate that hatch opening to come in about an hour, 2:20 p.m. Central Time. This view on the right-hand side of your screen, NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson is working to prepare the space station side of the hatch to open and welcome the two new visitors to the orbiting laboratory.
On the left-hand side of the screen, you see Starliner there docked to the International Space Station. You know, we said it took a little bit to get to this point today, and, you know, I couldn't help but think Butch used to say, you know, if I wanted to, I could do barrel rolls around the International Space Station, and while he didn't do that today, they certainly did put Starliner through its paces.
Yeah, the crew had a couple of opportunities to do some manual piloting. One of those happened yesterday before their rest period. They did these far field manual piloting operations, getting to take control of the spacecraft and maneuver it. This is a test flight, again, to make sure that Starliner is ready for operational rotation missions. And so with that completion of the manual piloting yesterday, the teams, or I should say the astronauts, did the same thing today at about 260 meters away from the International Space Station.
Definitely got to put their test pilot chops to work today.
Station Houston on the big loop for Matt and timeline.
Go ahead.
Matt, sorry for the delay there. So we're going to work through hatches as quick as we can. As far as we could tell, we're about an hour behind on the timeline. And for your awareness, the second PAO event on the timeline is canceled for today.
Copy, yeah, that's what we were looking at. You gave us the slide time, so we expect roughly an hour for each activity, which makes total sense.
Yep. And did you copy the call on the exercise go?
Station copies exercise go. We're busy with other stuff, but yes.
And
also, Houston, for SA, both Node 2 cameras are mounted and loaded for PO event if you want two different angles.
We appreciate that. We'll take a look. And Matt, one additional thing for you. Depending on how things look like at the end of the day, we may slide your wake-up time to the right by an hour tomorrow.
Station copies. We're so happy to have him aboard.
Comms continue from teams on the ground to the Starliner crew and the crew aboard the International Space Station. Now we are in a satellite handover. They were discussing some upcoming PAO or Public Affairs Office events. The first of those will be the welcome ceremony. We anticipate that to happen about 20 minutes after hatch opening. Again, tracking hatch opening for around 2:20 p.m. Central Time. The second of those events may be rescheduled at a later date, but it was a private discussion. The second of those events, correction, was the VIP event that we were anticipating later this afternoon. We previously heard the call that the crew is go to resume exercise on the International Space Station. This is something that they are asked to stand down from when it comes time for a spacecraft to dock or depart. That's so that there aren't any loads imparted on the space station as any crew members are moving.
You may see there on your screen someone familiar. It looks like that person's smiling, and it is Sunny Williams, pilot of the crew flight test on Starliner. Again, we are live here in the Starliner flight control room at Mission Control Houston in Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And the view on your screen is of Starliner on its crewed flight test to the International Space Station with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. The spacecraft arrived at 12:34 p.m. Central Time as the space station was flying over the southern Indian Ocean. Crews on both the Starliner side and the space station side are starting to walk through their procedures for hatch opening. We're expecting that to come around 2:20 p.m. Central Time. It would be followed shortly by a welcome ceremony for the two visiting crew members. Part of that preparation ahead of
hatch opening is vestibule pressurization. The vestibule is the space between the Starliner spacecraft and the International Space Station. Of course, this was previously exposed to a vacuum, the vacuum of space, before Starliner docked. So we want to pressurize that. We use the air, or the pressure, I should say, from the interior of the International Space Station. When it comes time for Starliner to undock, we will regain that pressure rather than venting it overboard.
So, as Leah mentioned, as we docked to the International Space Station, we were flying over the South Indian Ocean, and so much synergy there for Sunny in particular. You know, she chose the gravity indicator, a narwhal, to bring awareness to research in space and research in the oceans. She says they go hand in hand. She also named the Starliner Calypso after Jacques Cousteau. So just really cool that she got a chance to do that today, and I certainly hope that people from India were tuning in because Sunny is from Indian descent.
And on the right side of your screen, you saw a glimpse of NASA astronaut Matt Dominic and NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps as they prepare to welcome Butch and Sunny aboard the space station. Both of these crew members arrived earlier this year as part of the Crew 8 mission. It's both of their first flight to the International Space Station. On the contrary, for our two visitors today, this is the third visit to the space station for both Butch and Sunny.
Seeing live views now of Starliner outside the International Space Station through a space station camera, hoping to get at least 4 views of Starliner from inside the capsule here in just a few minutes. Crew's getting ready, and we'll open the hatches and cross over soon. So if you all tuned in to coverage as they were making their way to the International Space Station, you may have heard Butch say a couple times that they had donned their fancy sweaters. So I'm very curious to see what they're wearing as they cross the hatch today.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the hatch, on the space station side, that's NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. She arrived to the orbiting laboratory in February. She is on an approximately 6-month mission. She and Matt Dominic, also a NASA astronaut, are sort of the prime members for configuring the space station side for welcoming Butch and Sunny today.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Matt and Starliner hatch.
Go ahead, for Matt.
Hey, Matt, we want to go over the APAS hatch plan with you one more time. So once we get that APAS hatch open, we're not ready for that yet. We want you to do an inspection and take pictures of the Starliner hatch and the residue. Once you've had a chance to do that, give us a call and give us a description of what you see. Now, if anything liberates or you experience any irritation, we want you to close the hatch and give us a call.
Okay, so I'm not doing it now, but when we open the APAS hatch, I will open it, I will use my eyes and my nose to smell, and I will take pictures with the camera. If there's anything residue or anything, I will close the APAS hatch.
Good read, and we want you to focus on the Starliner hatch window.
Copy the window. Who is Matt?
Yeah, that's what we're wondering, but you can ask that on the big loop.
Who is Matt?
And Starliner Houston, while we investigate who Matt is, we will, I'm just curious if you guys are good with us turning the Mustang cameras back on.
Give us a few minutes for Mustang. We'll call you.
Yeah, no rush, no rush.
Station Houston on 2 for Matt. We see you in the PMA. You don't have a go for APAS open yet, so stand by on that.
Houston, Matt on 2. I am not opening the hatch. I'm just setting everything out so when the time comes, we can move quick.
Houston copies.
Who is Matt?
We are about an hour and 12 minutes post-docking of Starliner's first crewed flight to the International Space Station. On the left hand of your screen there, you see Starliner, and you may see a little black line, or maybe a bigger black line on the thermal protection system of Starliner. And that is because Starliner, this particular crew module, has been to space and back again on orbital flight test 1. And so that is residual marks from the ablation of reentry. You're also seeing the horizon there underneath Starliner, a beautiful view. And we're going to go ahead and toss it over to Gary Jordan in the International Space Station control room, who will cover what's going on the right-hand side of your screen.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, we're here in the International Space Station flight control room, working hand in hand with the teams in the Starliner flight control room down the hall. Live from this view, you can see the flight controllers hard at work, looking after the procedures of opening up the hatches and making sure we are going through the methodical steps necessary to open up the hatches and welcome Butch and Sunny aboard the International Space Station. Inside Node 2 right now, you see NASA astronaut Matt Dominic working through some of those procedures. Teams are working through a leak check just to make sure we can work through those. In the meantime, Matt Dominic has set up a variety of different cameras inside Node 2. Some of them will be used to live stream the welcome of Butch and Sunny to the International Space Station. We're getting a view from one of those views now. Dominic currently donning some of the equipment necessary to perform an investigation once those hatches are opened. Now there are 3 hatches needed to be opened to welcome Butch and Sunny to the International Space Station. One of them is already opened. You can see at the very forward end of your screen there, the Node 2 hatch. Once this is open, you can see through to the pressurized mating adapter all the way down to the next hatch, which is the APPAS hatch. This is on the station side, and on the other side of that hatch would be the vestibule that separates the Starliner from the International Space Station. That vestibule right now being checked as part of the leak checks necessary to pressurize that vestibule and open up those hatches. There's another hatch on the other side. This is the Starliner hatch called the IVA. And teams will be working to work through those procedures to open that hatch, which is uniquely a free-floating hatch. It's not on a hinge, so the crew will work to remove that hatch and then temporarily stow it as part of the procedures to welcome Butch and Sonny aboard. Now, some of the gear you are looking at, Matt Dominic, starting to don, is allowing for the inspection of those hatches. As part of any normal procedure of opening up the hatches, just to make sure it is truly safe, the crew inside the station dons some goggles that have, and you can see the headlamp to illuminate some of the working space that's necessary to look for any foreign object debris or anything that is part of the hatch opening sequence to ensure there's nothing obstructing the various hatch components, and we can ensure a good sequence of opening up those hatches. Now, Dominic is going through and getting just a jump start before giving the go to open up the hatch and begin that sequence. Just making sure he's got the necessary gear. In the meantime, NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps appearing in the foreground and working with Dominic there in the background, who will be leading the steps necessary to open up the hatches. Some of the reports you've heard on the big loop include inspecting some residue that was reported on the Starliner forward window. This is on the IVA hatch.
With you on one, that we haven't skipped over anything. I know we're a little bit behind the timeline.
Well, as far as I can tell, we've got almost everything squared away. Is there anything in particular you were looking for?
No, just wanted to make sure that that there's nothing we've missed.
Well, you know, what would be nice are some tablet battery percentages. And Butch, where we are is we're just going to wait on the leak checks. We're still waiting on the leak checks for the vestibule. And then, you know, we've got the deltas to the hatch opening. So we're still in the middle of the big leak check.
Okay, number 9 is 22, number 12 is 35. Neither one of them are charging right now.
Okay, roger that.
The voices you're hearing as part of that communication is that of Neil Nagata, the Starliner Capcom, over in the other room, speaking with Butch Wilmore on the other side of that hatch. Just as we are seeing.
And Butch, Richie's suggesting that since we're going to be on the tablets for a little while, that if you want to, you can go ahead and put one on charge on the spider cable.
Okay, yeah, we'll put 12 on it.
Roger.
Again, hearing some of the comms between Neil Nagata, Capcom in Starliner Flight Control Room, and Butch Wilmore on the other side of the hatch. They have their own procedures to work through to prepare Starliner for the hatch opening operations. In the meantime, we're getting views from the Node 2 module of the International Space Station. You see there Matt Dominic in the foreground working with Jeanette Epps, both NASA astronauts working through the procedures to open up the hatches. Now they're getting a jump start on some of the steps necessary to open up the hatch. There are a couple of steps ahead. As you can see, they have these cameras set up to allow us to have some wonderful live views from inside in preparation for those hatch opening steps. But once Butch and Sonny enter into the International Space Station.
Just, on air to ground 1, Butch and Sonny. Be advised, we're going to swap S-band strings so CDH can do some file manipulation on the DRM. I'll let you know when we're on string 1. That's for S-band, space to ground.
And we copy.
Now again, from inside Node 2, various cameras and lights set up to allow the best possible views of Butch and Sonny's ingress into the International Space Station. So we're witnessing some of those steps.
And Butch or Sonny, for the tablets, we'd like to know if you've got both tablets now configured for airplane mode.
That's affirmative.
Roger that, thanks.
Quick question.
Yeah.
The undergarments we wore under our suits for launching up till now, we're not sure what remained on the spacecraft and what was taken off. Do we have another supply of undergarments, or do we have to save these and wear them back?
All right, we're going to check on that.
So a quick recap. Starliner docked to the International Space Station with a contact and soft capture at 12:34 p.m. Central Time today, June 6th. Crew here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room has been working with the crew you see here on your screen, the Expedition 71 crew members on board the station. We're working in tandem with the Starliner Flight Control team.
On Air to Ground 1, we went ahead and swapped over to Space to Ground 1 transceiver. And as far as the suit undergarments go, we're going to have to hang on to those for the mission. That's the only set you got.
Okay, only set we got. Thanks, I think.
We're hearing some of the steps from inside the Starliner capsule, from inside Calypso. Butch and Sonny both working through the steps necessary to prepare Starliner prior to the hatch opening sequence and the welcome by the Expedition 71 crew you see here on your screen inside the International Space Station. The steps needed to prepare are not too different from preparing for a long journey. For more, again, we're working here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in tandem with the Starliner Flight Control team in the same building, just next door in the White Flight Control Room. For more on this, let's head over to Leah and Rebecca, who are following along with the teams in Starliner Flight Control Room. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Gary. Yes, you're hearing Capcom Neil Nagata talk to Butch Wilmore aboard Calypso, the approximate size of a minivan. And so you're hearing that, and it's definitely relatable for a long trip with your family. You know, where did I pack my items? And you know, what's coming next? I'm surprised we haven't heard anyone say, are we there yet? Or can we get into space station yet? So very relatable to a long journey that any one of us would take. Obviously a lot harder to get to. We saw that on display today. Looking forward to seeing Butch and Sonny both in the Starliner spacecraft and being welcomed in the International Space Station.
And we are still in the period in which we are pressurizing the vestibule, the space between the Starliner and the International Space Station hatches. Again, it was exposed to vacuum. We need to bring that up to the same pressure as what is in both spacecraft. But to take a look back At the timeline of our mission so far, launch occurred yesterday at 9:52 a.m. Central Time from Space Launch Complex 41 in Florida. The OI burn, or the orbital insertion burn, occurred about 30 minutes later, that coming at about 10:23 a.m. Central Time. Since then, Starliner conducted a few more maintenance burns overnight, and then this morning got back into its burn plan with the NHPC-1 burn coming at 7:52 a.m. Central Time. That's a height adjust burn, followed by the NHPC-2 burn at 8:14 a.m. Central Time. Both of those good burns and just fine-tuning our approach to the International Space Station. The TPI, or the terminal phase initiation burn, TPI burn, that occurred at 9:02 a.m. Central Time. Also a good burn. There were two inbound fly-around burns, one at 9:47, one at 10:07 a.m. These swung Starliner up and out in front of the approach corridor, and eventually we had the approach corridor initiation burn. Once Starliner was on that approach corridor, that means they were directly in front of the Node 2 forward docking axis. That's where they docked today.
Go ahead.
We could give you a go for step 5 and 1.302.
Copy, step 1.302.
Good copy.
Going in.
So ahead of that vestibule pressurization, we have to do leak checks to make sure the levels are balancing out before we bring pressure into the vestibule. So those are now complete, and we are go to proceed with pressurizing the vestibule.
Houston, Matt on 2, APAS equalization valve is open, looking for your go in 5.12.
You have a go for step 5.2.
Houston, Matt on 2, how copy?
Matt, we didn't get anything if you called down earlier.
Copy. You gave me a go in 5.2. I think I missed a big picture call earlier. I overheard part of it. Understand Starliner is keeping its hatch closed, and we're going to take the picture, so I'm proceeding with 5.3. Just clarifying.
That is correct. And if you see anything, we want a description of what you see. And if there's any concern, you could close the hatch. And the focus area of inspection and photos is the window.
That makes total sense. I was just making sure 1,000% we were skipping that FTC call from Mission Control Starliner. Thanks.
Starliner, Houston on the big loop. Teacher's direction blockage, so we're going to be on the big loop.
Starliner copy, big loop.
All right, Butch, hey, we're ready for you guys to pick up in 1.302. It's going to be step 6.3 only, prepping for hatch open. Right now, I think you copied, Matt's got the APAS hatch open, so they're doing some work there, and then they're going to take a look at that stuff that you reported on the window.
Okay, well, that's 1.302, step 6.3 only, and who is Matt?
Still working on it.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is a live view of the International Space Station. Matt Dominic, NASA astronaut, there in the front of the frame. He is working to bring on board the new visitors to the space station. That would be NASA's Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who arrived on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. This is NASA's Boeing crew flight test mission. It is the very first flight of astronauts aboard Starliner to the International Space Station.
Station Houston on 2 for Matt and APAS.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you confirm for us where you are in step 5?
We're waiting 5 minutes for hatch seal relaxation. Specifically 5.5.
Okay, copy. Thanks for the confirmation.
Reviewing the crew's procedures, this is the next step ahead of opening the APAS hatch. That is the hatch on the space station side. Of course, Starliner has its own hatch that will need to be opened. That is the IVA, or the intravehicular activity hatch.
station, Houston, on the big loop for any available crew. Looks like there's an MV over one of the IMVs going into Columbus. We'd appreciate it if you can move it. It's over the IMV. The valve part. Appreciate it.
As you can see, NASA astronaut Matt Dominic has donned or put on some safety goggles and a mask as he prepares to open the APPROX hatch. This has been exposed to the vacuum of space, and with the docking of a new spacecraft, he's taking an extra precaution ahead of opening that hatch. Of course, we will still have to wait for the Starliner side of the hatch to be opened. Matt Dominic, NASA astronaut, has opened the APPROX hatch. He will go in and take some photographs of that space between the APPROX and Starliner hatch.
Starliner Houston, big loop. You okay with us activating Mustang?
Yes, we are now ready for Mustang.
Okay, it's coming up.
Houston, Matt on 2 for inspection.
Go ahead, Matt.
From what I can tell, nothing looks unusual. Was able to yell at Butch through the window and Sonny, which was great. Now that we have light in there with the helmet lamp, neither Butch nor I can see anything of interest on the window. It looks nominal.
I think what we saw was just maybe on our side. There is some stuff on the outside of the main window, the cabin window, but that one looks good. I agree.
Copy that, Matt. Great news. Thanks.
Those words coming from teams on the ground to Matt Dominic and Butch Wilmore aboard the International Space Station and Starliner respectively. They were looking to see if there was any residue on the small window that is on
Matt,
the...
you go ahead and continue with the rest of step 5.
Welcome.
Starliner, no action on a prop caution. It's expected.
Again, they were looking for any residue that might be on the window on the IVA hatch, the intervehicular activity hatch. This is the hatch that is on Starliner. Hearing a good report and no further actions there, so they are going to prepare to open up that hatch and welcome Butch and Sonny to the International Space Station.
This will be Butch and Sonny's first time opening Starliner's hatch in space, but they have had plenty of practice here on Earth. They've trained extensively with Boeing's mock-up trainer hatch and a standalone hatch at Johnson Space Center in Houston. They've also worked with the pad abort vehicle hatch in Florida, which is very bulky and very heavy.
And your report about your window, I can give you a go now for step 6.2. In addition to the go for step 6.3 that I gave you a few minutes ago, but stand by for the next go.
That pad abort vehicle hatch in Florida is very bulky and very heavy, especially when you are not in microgravity like they are today. But the Starliner flight crew integration team, made up of mostly human factors engineers, came up with a way that allowed Butch and Sonny to train with the bulk of the hatch without the 100-pound weight of the hatch by using a 15-pound foam replica that helped validate hatch stowage and moving about the Starliner cabin.
It's been about an hour and 45 minutes since docking today of Starliner to the International Space Station, that coming again at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, and we are standing by for hatch opening to officially welcome Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams back to the International Space Station. This is the third flight to the space station for both crew members.
I'm sorry, Butch, didn't quite copy that. Did you say 6.2 complete?
Affirmative, 6.2 complete.
Roger.
You can turn down the cabin temp some if you'd like.
And no action cabin temp high. I didn't copy your last, though.
Ted, I can turn it down. It's getting, remember how it was cold earlier, but now it's fine, and we can turn it down some. It's currently at the 230 position.
All right, Butch, your discretion on the temperature.
Okay, it's at 11 o'clock.
Roger. Starliner Houston on the big loop. Big moment here. You are go to get into step. All right, no action message. You're go to pick up in step 6.4 and through the rest of step 6 to open the hatch.
Six decimal 4, here we go.
We are standing by for the opening of the Starliner hatch. Several Expedition 71 crew members on the space station side eagerly awaiting the arrival of their two new visitors, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. Again, we docked at 12:34 p.m. Central Time.
Station Houston on the big loop. We're about 1 minute out to a handover. We'd like to hold off on Ingress. We'd like to get this on video.
Station copies.
Leah mentioned and the anticipation for hatch open of the Starliner spacecraft. And if you all tuned in for OFT2, you know that that hatch open actually came from the space station side. This time around, it will come from Starliner side, the first time that we've done that in space, which is going to be very exciting to witness. And this time will be a little bit different too. Last time we turned the latch inside counterclockwise, like lefty loosey, righty tighty. This time we will actually have Butch or Sunny, depends on who decides to do it. They will turn the latch 1 1/4 turn clockwise from inside the Starliner. They also have a window that you've heard them talk about, so we might be able to see their faces from inside that camera that you saw on the International Space Station.
And we do have a handover of the tracking data relay satellite system. You heard that call to the crew just before we lost those views. Letting them know that we would just wait until we regained communications because we definitely don't want to miss the moment that Butch and Sunny float into the International Space Station. So we expect to regain visual from...
No action, Kevin, humidity high. And I don't know if you copied Will's call earlier. We'll just wait till we have KU band back until you start coming into the ISS.
That's Capcom Neil Nagata speaking with the Starliner crew. Letting them know we are standing by for hatch opening. And we have regained video.
With KU and video.
With the exception of crew sleep, Butch and Sunny have been very busy aboard the spacecraft. And I know that our Starliner and Boeing and NASA teammates here on the ground just can't wait to talk to them about their experiences so that we know how to make adjustments for future missions, longer duration missions to the International Space Station. Earlier this afternoon, I got a text message from former NASA astronaut Chris Ferguson, who helped in the Starliner's development, and I bet he can't wait either. His fingerprints are all over the spacecraft, and now so are Butch and Sunny's.
Like Rebecca mentioned, teams will be looking for feedback from Butch and Sunny on how their flight uphill went. This is a crew flight test, so there have been several demonstrations that have happened so far and will continue throughout the docked time frame and during undocking and landing. Teams will start looking for feedback on habitability of the spacecraft, how it performs as a safe haven if that were ever to be needed, manual piloting, which we saw a couple of times during the ride uphill. And once the hatch is open, we'll be waiting to see the bell on the space station side be rung to welcome 2 new visitors to the International Space Station.
While Starliner is docked to the International Space Station, there will be more flight test objectives achieved, along with the ones that Leah just mentioned that have already been achieved, as well as operational capability checkouts. Those are things where the crew gets to interface with the Starliner and we get to check off some more items. This is a primarily crew interface test, so we're looking forward to hearing more about their experiences. But in terms of flight test objectives, they will establish joint ventilation with ISS, recharge Starliner's batteries, verify telemetry paths and file transfers, transfer cargo to and from the ISS, including a urine processing assembly pump that Starliner actually we were able to put into the Starliner while it was at the launch pad because it was a need for the International Space Station. So proving the flexibility of not only the spacecraft to fly cargo, but also of the team. A lot of teamwork went into that across the NASA and Boeing community to get that pump up. And I believe they're going to be working on that pretty quickly aboard the International Space Station.
And while Starliner is on the International Space Station, when we docked earlier and confirmed that we were hard mated, the umbilical started receiving power from the space station. Starliner will also be put into a quiescent mode to minimize the power it's taking from the space station during its docked time frame. It can be turned on very quickly if that were to be needed. From what we can see in this view, it looks like we have most, if not all, of the crew members aboard the International Space Station awaiting their visitors to open the hatch on the Starliner side. Currently living on the station, we have the Expedition 71 crew, including NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Mike Barrett, Matthew Dominic, and Jeanette Epps, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Oleg Kononenko, Nikolai Chub, and Alexander Grabyankin. Of course, we're adding 2 more NASA astronauts to that mix today, bringing the total of people living and working on the space station to 9.
Leah, this again is just a display of a team sport. When we think about Starliner, yes, it is an American capability, but it's also going to provide global access to the International Space Station and potentially new destinations in low Earth orbit. We'll see at least one international crew member fly up on Starliner 1, Josh Kutrick, Canadian Space Agency astronaut.
Station Houston on the Big Loop, just for status. CFT crew has just opened up the IVA hatch equalization valve.
Cannot rush into opening 2 vehicles that are connected in space. Want to make sure that pressure is equalized between the 2 vehicles.
All eyes on the IVA hatch.
Maybe they're not in a rush.
Now 2 hours exactly since Starliner docked to the International Space Station on NASA's Boeing crew flight test. Again, that coming at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. We are just standing by for Butch and Sunny to float in as the first crew members to fly aboard Starliner.
I saw Sunny Williams at the orbital flight test landing in New Mexico, and I remember her telling Rosie the Rocketeer, which was the ATD riding in the vehicle, hey, get out of my seat. So maybe she just doesn't want to get out yet. While we can't see what's happening inside Starliner right now, we do know that after lessons learned from Orbital Flight Test 2, the teammates for Starliner actually redesigned the hatch stowage procedures and the straps. So basically modifications to securing the mechanism. So it floated around a little bit more than we anticipated for OFT2. So they went from 2 anchor points to 4 anchor points. So could imagine maybe they're working on that right now. So the hatch is likely out of the way and they're working on stowing it.
Yes, it's definitely not as quick as the movies when you watch spacecraft arrive to another orbiting laboratory. There are several procedures that have to take place before the crew can fly in, things that need to be stowed, and we take careful detail to track everything aboard the International Space Station as well as aboard a visiting spacecraft to make sure everyone arrives and leaves with what they brought up or what they needed to leave on board.
I do remember Sunny saying during one of their free flight downlink events where we heard the audio saying that she promised the team she was going to clean up after herself, and Butch was modeling that for her. looks like the anticipation is building with the International Space Station crew. So, we kind of talked about it before, like a road trip, like little kids waiting for your parents or grandparents to arrive for the holidays. It's probably really exciting and also really like, hey, come on.
Yeah, and the crews aboard the International Space Station, they get a lot of opportunities to talk with their friends and family at home, but we really only see new visitors essentially every 6 months, as we either have a Soyuz arrival or Crew Dragon arrival or now a Starliner arrival. So it's always really exciting to see new friends arrive and new faces at the International Space Station.
NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps seen in view on the left-hand side of your screen, and she actually trained to be on the Starliner 1 mission. So I'm sure she's very excited to get inside too and actually see it from space and not just from the ground.
Yeah, Jeanette flew up on the Crew 8 mission, and having that ability to cross-train on 2 different vehicles is a pretty special opportunity.
Hey, Butch and Sunny put in a lot of work to get here, so they deserve to take their time.
We're looking for a grand entrance. Teams here in the white flight control room are conducting a handover between shifts. The new flight director on console is Rick Henfling. We are still standing by for Butch and Sunny to float from Starliner into the space station. Lots of cheering here in the room, big hugs. Sunny William coming through in her blue flight suit. Oh. And followed shortly behind by Commander of Starliner, Butch Wilmore, now back on the space station, the third visit for both astronauts and the first crewed flight test of the Starliner spacecraft. Everyone looking very happy, like they had a great ride. And the ingress, or the entrance of Butch and Sunny, coming at 2:45 p.m. Central Time. Again, their arrival to the space station today at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, bringing the space station total crew right now up to 9 people. Arriving for the first time ever in Boeing Starliner spacecraft. I can imagine they're very happy to see people without masks. You know, they've been in quarantine since a couple weeks before the first launch attempt in May, finally launching, earlier this week on June 5th, docking on June 6th. And so big smiles there. I'm sure seeing those not behind masks is probably something they're really excited about. And again, that launch coming yesterday morning at 9:52 a.m. Central Time from Space Launch Complex 41 in Florida, atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. And the crew is going to give us a little bit of a welcome ceremony.
Any available crew in PAO events.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, we'd figure Butch and Sunny want to take a quick break here, so you guys let us know when you're ready for the event, and whenever you have a chance, we'd like to do a quick voice check.
Okay, we'll get that set up.
Thanks.
And Houston, you want, which camera you want the microphone on? Are you using both no cameras or just one?
So we did not see live Mustang views
We're going to use
today.
node 2-1
That
for the
doesn't mean
event.
we won't see them. But teammates here in Mission Control were working an issue with an IP address. So very similar situation to that you might have at home, but we will get to see that. And we will also get all of the downlink events that you heard via audio transferred while they're docked to the station. So we'll be able to put those out on our channels after we get through this big milestone where we welcome the crew. Again, live views here aboard the International Space Station as we have just seen NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams float through the hatch from Starliner into the orbiting laboratory, being welcomed by 7 crew members, now bringing the total of people living and working on the space station up to 9. They are getting configured for a welcome ceremony. We expect that to begin shortly. You heard over the big loop that Butch and Sunny wanted a bit of a break, maybe to stretch their legs a little bit. It was a more than 25-hour trip to the International Space Station, and they were in the vehicle for a couple hours before launch as well on June 5th. And with the arrival of Starliner today, we have 6 spacecraft docked to the International Space Station. That includes, obviously, Starliner, SpaceX's Dragon from the Crew 8 mission, the Northrop Grumman Cygnus, 2 Roscosmos Progress resupply spacecraft, and 1 Roscosmos Soyuz spacecraft.
Houston, Matt 2, you ready for SEA voice check?
Yep, we are ready for the voice check. And Matt, while you're getting into place, we have a... Matt, can you give us a full 10 count, please? We think it's good. However, can you face the camera and give us another quick 5 count, please? Good. Voice count. Just a heads up, we're about 7 minutes out from a teacher's handover. We're going to start the PAO event after that handover at about 20:02. That's if you're ready.
Copy. let me see where people are at, and I'll let you know start time.
As you can hear, we are now preparing for that welcome ceremony, expecting that in the next several minutes. As we await that welcome ceremony, we are hearing in the room here Ed Van Cise, our flight director for rendezvous and docking today, just telling the team that they are top notch. They worked through a lot to get here, and they need to celebrate their success tomorrow after they sleep. Here in the room celebrating today's successful docking and seeing the crew come into the International Space Station is Starliner 1 pilot Mike Fink. And we actually have a couple pictures of him here in the control room today wearing his flight test orange tie. He also has on some socks. Well, actually, here you see him doing his Ironman pose. If you follow him on Twitter, it is Astro Iron Mike.
He actually has been doing a great job showing behind the scenes of what Butch and Sunny have been going through for training and even during launch attempts. So just a all-around good human being. If we want to take a closer look at his tie and his socks, we can do that as well. See here, signed by Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. Flight test orange is important to them. This whole experience has been a flight test from them from start to finish. They've been able to write the procedures and make the Starliner better for what's to come. And that is a flight with Mike Fink next year.
And we have a live view of Mike right now. He is very much excited about this docking today and very much looking forward to his own mission on Starliner 1. Capcom Neil Nagata, you've heard most of today speaking with the crew members. He is also wearing a signed tie. He's got some flight test orange on as well.
We see Butch and Sunny floating in another view here. And what I love about Sunny is she is we actually do see Neil Nagata too. He is wearing a blue and orange striped tie, again representing flight test orange, and likely Sunny's love of the ocean with the blue, also signed by the crew.
And a brief satellite handover while we are setting up for this welcome ceremony with Butch and Sunny. We're standing by to regain those video communications, planning on starting that welcome ceremony here shortly.
Houston, Matt, we are ready at your leisure.
Copy, Matt. We'll give you a second to get into place. Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, we are ready.
Congratulations to all of the NASA and Boeing teams on this incredible milestone. Butch and Sunny, the ISS flight control team, is thrilled to see you back on ISS. Station, please begin your remarks.
Butch, Sunny, we are glad to see them all here in International Space Station, and we want to congratulate whole team in different mission control center for launch, for docking, and of the end, we are very happy.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we are thrilled as well. I'm not sure we could have gotten a better welcome. I mean, we had music, we had Matt was dancing. It was great. What a wonderful place to be. Great to be back here. It feels like, I mean, obviously, Sonny and I have been gone for a little while, but it's very familiar. There's only one problem. Matt is in my crew quarters. So I don't know what we're going to do about that. But, hey, thank you all for the great welcome. And thanks to ULA, got us going. Boeing kept us going. Mission Control MO kept us going and got us here. What a great, wonderful team effort. I mean, team. This organization, these organizations are the epitome of teamwork. And it is a blessing and it's a privilege to be a part of it. It's just amazing.
Yeah, and I just want to say a big thanks to family and friends who've lived this for a long time. And I think you're glad we're not with you anymore. And we have another family up here, which is just awesome. Like Butch said, it was such a great welcome, little dance party, and that's the way to get things going. And we're just happy as can be to be up in space, one in Starliner, on an Atlas V, and then here on the International Space Station. It just doesn't get much better.
Yeah, we're ready to go to work for the international partners here. Whatever it is you got us to do, we're ready. All right.
Yeah. We're ready.
Thank you all so much. All right.
That concludes the welcome ceremony. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
It's been such a privilege to witness this historic moment. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, beautiful words, and welcomed by the Expedition 71 crew led by Commander Oleg Kononenko. Hugs and handshakes, and just getting to really, truly bask in this moment of all of the years of hard work by all of the team, Boeing, NASA, ULA, all the partners that enabled for this moment aboard the International Space Station today, June 6th, 2024. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams now aboard the International Space Station. From here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, it's been a privilege to have had the opportunity to witness this historic moment and see the crew being welcomed, Butch and Sonny, by the Expedition 71 crew. Looking forward to their stay aboard the International Space Station. From here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, we'll go ahead and wrap up on this side and hand it over to our counterparts, Leah and Rebecca, over in the Starliner Flight Control Room. We'll hand it over to you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary, and we are just still watching the crew enjoying themselves as they are now up to 9 people aboard the International Space Station. Again, docking coming today at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, and we saw the crew float through the hatch at, I believe it was about 2:45 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, and very nice words from the crew there. Butch saying that ULA got them going, Boeing and mission operators kept them going, which was really exciting for the team to hear, I am sure, once they made it to the space station, especially for the Boeing team. They helped build the International Space Station and helped maintain it. So I'm sure that just like hit them right in the feels. You know what else I noticed about Sunny too, as she came in, you know, she's been described as like such an...
Hey, Butch. Good event.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, can we go private on 2?
Hey, Ryder. Yeah, let's get that. We'll get that squared away.
Okay, yep, we're standing by.
So Sunny is described as the most approachable astronaut, and I noticed as she was floating in, she actually had like a little piece of fairy hair, which was like as sparkly as the narwhal gravity indicator, which is so fun to see. Also fun to see this view right now out the Starliner window. The team was able to get the IP address right and get the video unrestricted for us to use here. So you can see the ESA Columbus module, you know, the International Space Station being just this point of pride and unity, not just for America, but the entire globe, and it all coming together on space, which we saw with the crew coming together with those fun family photos. And there's something else out the window there too.
Yeah, this is an incredible view because it is from the interior of one American spacecraft, Boeing's Starliner, looking out the window to another American spacecraft. That's SpaceX's Dragon. So,
Okay, Butch, conference configured on air-to-ground 2. I'm going to go ahead and hand over to Jay. I'll talk to you on the radios tomorrow.
Okay. Actually, if you can stay, it won't take long. I don't know that you have any example or extra remarks, but maybe stay for the conference real quick.
Okay, I'll punch it up.
as we were saying, this view from the window of Starliner, now looking out toward the Dragon crew spacecraft, SpaceX's Dragon, and then on the right, the view looking into that same window of Starliner from the International Space Station. So it's been a really exciting day here in Mission Control Houston to see a brand new American spacecraft arrive at our orbiting laboratory.
Yeah, and again, cannot wait to get some of those downlink events from these same cameras, the one out the window here, as well as two looking at the crew, one commander and kind of one side view of the pilot and the IVA hatch. So once we get this connection going, we should be able to get those downlinked and out to everyone, which is really exciting.
And we just want to thank everyone for tuning in and joining us, not just for today's operations, but for the past over 24 hours now, as we have watched Butch and Sunny make this journey, the crewed flight test, the first flight of astronauts aboard Starliner to the International Space Station. Again, liftoff yesterday at 9:52 a.m. Central Time, and we stayed live the entire time. Thank you again for tuning in with us all the way through their arrival today, that coming at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. Now we expect Butch and Sunny to stay aboard the International Space Station for about a week. The teams are going to, on the ground, look at some undock and landing opportunities in the southwestern U.S., and we will share that information as we have it. But for now, again, thank you so much for joining us today. We still have more information coming your way this afternoon. So we have a press conference with our leadership coming up at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern here on NASA TV. So please join us for that. With that, again, thank you, and we look forward to all that is to come for the rest of Starliner's mission to the space station, both this one and all of the future missions.
That's right.
And we will leave you with one more look out the window.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
2, 1, 0, 0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, Roger. Go for deploy.
Thanks, everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us here at NASA's Johnson Space Center as we discuss the arrival of the NASA's Boeing crew flight test mission to the International Space Station. Boeing's Starliner spacecraft arrived at the orbiting laboratory today at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, delivering NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams on what is the first crewed flight test for the spacecraft. Joining me to talk about today and the accomplishments that we've seen are NASA's Associate Administrator Jim Free, Steve Stitch, Manager of the Commercial Crew Program, Emily Nelson, Chief Flight Director, Jeff Arend, Manager for Systems Engineering and Integration for the International Space Station, and Mark Nappy, Vice President and Program Manager for the Commercial Crew Program at Boeing. We have several media already in the queue today, so just a reminder before our participants begin their opening remarks, you can press *1 to raise your hand and let us know you have a question. And if you hear your question answered, you can press *2 to lower it. We'll get to those shortly, but to start us off today, I'm going to turn it over for some opening remarks. We'll start with you, Jim.
Thanks, Leah. Well, good afternoon, and what an exciting couple of days we've had. On behalf of the NASA Administrator, the Deputy Administrator, and the entire agency, thank you and congratulations to the NASA team, the Boeing team, on the successful docking of the Boeing Starliner with Butch and Sunny on board. I am so proud to watch this team in action. They really make it look easy. For all the issues that came up today, that's come up on this flight, they make it look easy. I hope you all appreciate that. Advancing human spaceflight is not an easy task, but achieving our goals returns value to our nation. I think Butch highlighted that in his speech before launch yesterday. Value to our space program and to the science it enables to improve life of every person. We had a vision to increase the reliability and safety of sending NASA astronauts on their missions to the ISS while returning the capability to do so from the United States through a partnership with American private industry. We are continuing to make that vision a reality. The launch yesterday and docking today puts the Starliner on a path to certification, to enabling continued exploration and science that benefits humanity. Butch and Sunny have already performed some of the manual flying tests of Starliner that will provide valuable data about the spacecraft's navigation and steering. And it's great to see them both aboard space station again since their last expeditions there in 2014 and 15 for Butch and 2012 for Sunny. I want to specifically acknowledge them and thank them for the years they have spent to getting us to this point. The expertise they bring to their roles and their dedication to the task of advancing human spaceflight by proving the end-to-end capabilities of the Starliner system in space. We look forward to their feedback. I know we've already received some, their insights as we all continue to learn throughout the remainder of this test flight. Starliner is an important part of maximizing the benefits of the ISS, and it's so great to see it docked and connected to the station for the rest of the mission as they become part of that station ecosystem. This flight and future Starliner missions are also informing our deep space exploration plans for Artemis. Starliner's docking system and a number of other elements also will be used by our deep space exploration crews. An experienced NASA mission operations team embedded with Boeing is fulfilling the flight operations role directly. This team will also apply its lessons learned to the Artemis missions. And when Starliner is certified, the United States will have 2 unique human transportation systems for ISS, and no other country in the world has that. Again, I extend my congratulations first to the ULA team for the launch, to Boeing, Mark and his team, and Steve and their team, Emily's team, and Mission Ops. to get Butch and Sonny to ISS. I look forward to continuing to follow the test flight, its conclusions, and its operations on ISS, and its safe return to Earth. With that, let me turn it over to Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Thank you for those kind words, and thanks to all you for continuing to follow the Commercial Crew Program and our Starliner crewed flight test. I would like to congratulate the entire team on a wonderful docking this morning, just a little after 1:34 Eastern. It was about an hour and 15 minutes delayed, and we'll talk a little bit more about what the delays were caused by. But again, the team did a great job. The Flight Operations Director that Emily will talk more about, working hand in hand between the Starliner flight control team, the ISS flight control team, and then the Starliner and NASA engineering teams, all working together to solve problems. It was just incredible to watch that. The past 24 hours have been a testament to what it's about in human spaceflight, and really all the hard work that they've poured into this spacecraft over many years to get us to this point. You know, Tori yesterday talked about it's not easy. The rocket gave us a few challenges, and today I would say, you know, Starliner made us work a little harder to get docked, but it was great to watch the team in action. And, you know, really a great day for me to watch Sonny and Butch come across the hatch and be part of the station crew. It's something that the Commercial Crew Program has been working toward. Um, 395 psi per minute, so it was a new leak. As a precaution, because we didn't need the capability to have all the thrusters, we're just maintaining attitude, pointing the tail toward the sun. We closed that manifold overnight and slept in that configuration. And also in the top manifold 1, we saw a new leak. It was about twice what we had seen in the port manifold, 42 psi per minute. We also closed that one overnight. And so we put the crew to bed. We were in that good config. We knew we were going to set up for a rendezvous the next day. So the ground teams, the engineering team went off, worked with the ops team to talk about how to manage that. Essentially what we did was we followed the flight rules and looked at the margins for the mission. So going into the mission, obviously, we needed about 108 hours of total mission time to execute the first rendezvous. And then we protect for contingencies, a 1 rev delay on the rendezvous, and also a 1 day delay in the rendezvous, and then the deorbit and entry, undock, deorbit, and entry, plus delay time past that. So when we looked at all those amount of hours required for the mission, we knew we needed, you know, at that point, about 90 hours of the mission was left, and we had about 140 to 170 hours of total helium capability. So we had way more margin than we needed, so we pressed on into the rendezvous. And to do the rendezvous, we actually opened the manifolds up and had all the thrusters available. So that was the safest course of action, and we made the system back to nominal. We had a Starliner MMT and an ISS mission management team overnight, and everybody pulled go to proceed into the rendezvous this morning. Crew got up early, about 4 a.m. Eastern this morning. We did a handful of phasing burns with Starliner today. Those all went well. Those early burns were with the orbital maneuvering and control thrusters. Those went well. Then we did the final, what we call the TPI burn. That's a burn that puts us on intercept with the space station. And at that point, we started to see some loss of some of the reaction control system thrusters in various doghouses. These were all aft-facing jets that we lost. We don't necessarily understand exactly why we lost these aft jets. We do know we point, Starliner, the solar arrays are on the aft part of the service module, so we point that part of the Starliner at the sun. And then several of them were exactly the same thrusters we went back and lost on OFT2. So we ended up losing a total of 5 thrusters, starboard 2A2, the bottom doghouse 1A3, bottom 2A3, starboard 1A1, and the top 2A2 thruster. Now, we recovered 4 of these 5 thrusters, so what we did is once the thruster fails, when I say thruster fails, what I mean is the software sees something that it doesn't like about that thruster. So the thruster is maybe a little less thrust, or the thrust rise rate doesn't come up exactly the way that the software is looking for. And so what the software does is it says, I won't use that thruster anymore. And so when we say failed thruster, we're talking it's not available for the GNC flight software to use. So those happened on those 5 thrusters. We actually put the vehicle into what we call free drift. And so, in other words, there's no thruster firings on the vehicle. And then we fire only 1 thruster, and we know what the rate should be for that thruster. So we did that with 4 of the 5 thrusters, and we recovered 4 of those 5. 1 thruster, the signature looks very strange and a little different from the other ones, and that was the B1, the bottom one, A3 thruster, and we left that thruster inhibited for the rest of the flight. So again, these thrusters are similar to what we saw in OFT2. We don't quite understand why they're happening. We took a couple of actions in the software to mitigate potential fail-offs by the GNC part of the software. Again, we recovered the thrusters, and they were working just fine during the rendezvous, except for 1 that we left inhibited. These are not at all related to the helium leak. The helium leak is separate. It's in different doghouses. It's different thrusters, so the helium leak and the thrusters are not at all related. We have plenty of redundancy today. We took a little time as we worked through the rendezvous sequence to recover the thrusters. We had the crew at various points do manual flying, worked hand in hand with the Starliner flight ops team to do that manual flying. We did all this work outside of what we call the sphere, which the keep out sphere of ISS. We want to really be outside about 200 meters, and we did a lot of this work there. Once we got the redundancy we needed, we pressed on in. Both flight control teams were go. And a real positive was that the crew did the manual flying in a different way, but working hand in hand with the ground, and so got a lot of good data on the manual flying of the vehicle. This whole timeline took a little longer than we thought, so we missed that first docking window. We set up for the backup docking window and proceeded in and rendezvous just on time. I think we'll have to take a little bit more time to figure out what's going on with the thrusters. Again, the rest of the rendezvous went really well. The Vesta system, which is a navigation system, worked great the whole time. All those sensors performed well. The NDS system, the NASA docking system, which Jim talked about is going to be used for Orion, worked extremely well. That system performed nominally. And so most of the vehicle did awesome going into the rendezvous. Butch and Sonny did report a little bit of residue on the forward-facing window. That's a window that's in the hatch on the forward part of Starliner. We weren't sure what it was. We wanted to make sure it wasn't related to some thruster firing or some residue. We examined that, and it was no concern. We just took a little extra time opening the hatch to make sure that there wasn't a concern from that. And then finally, toward the end of the day, once we got docked to the ISS, we closed the manifolds in the helium system as planned. That was always part of our operation, and we did find 1 extra leak in a helium leak in starboard manifold 2. It's about 7.5 psi per minute. It's a relatively tiny leak compared to the others. So, helium's a small molecule. It's easy to escape seals. So we've got to go, what we need to do over the next few days is take a look at the leak rate there and figure out what we go do relative to the rest of the mission. In looking at the numbers, just at the top level, we should have absolutely plenty of margin. We didn't need an extra rendezvous day, and we'll go look at the numbers and figure out how to manage the helium manifolds. So overall, we're really enjoyed to have Butch and Sunny on station. We've got a lot of work for them. We're not yet ready to talk about landing opportunities. The earliest one would be on June 14th. We want to work with Jeff and the station team a little bit to talk about what Butch and Sunny will do while they're at station, and then we'll set up for landing when we're ready. So with that, I'll turn it over to Emily.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for joining us today and for your interest. I could not be more proud of our Starliner flight control team, our ISS flight control team. They, together with Butch and Sunny, have been working incredibly hard to train for this mission. And spaceflight is never easy, but today they had the real opportunity to demonstrate what that preparation really means and how that pays off when you end up with surprises and you get to navigate all of those and succeed at the end of the day. It's a real testament to the amount of work that all of these teams have put into making today successful and getting us to this momentous point in the commercial crew program. We are so excited to see Sunny and Butch on ISS again, and we are really looking forward to a really busy mission with those guys as we get through a couple of heavily dynamic phases of this mission and then move into the next phase, really putting Starliner through her paces and preparing for future missions. With that, I'll hand over to Jeff.
All right, thanks, Emily, and again, thanks for joining us today. And I just want to echo the congrats that everybody else did, the Boeing team, CCP, ULA, FOD, obviously, since they're the whole ops side of this whole group achievement, and all the other NASA teams that came together. It was really awesome to see. It's good to see Butch and Sunny back on station, as everybody else said. I certainly don't have the dance moves that Sunny has. If anybody watched her float onto station, that was absolutely awesome. So they'll work to continue to acclimate to space station once again. We're also hoping, and it was alluded to by Steve and Emily, that we can also get them to do some science and maintenance activities for us. Obviously, one of the big things that the Boeing CCP team really worked hard for us was to change the load of the hardware that was being brought up. They had to rearrange a few things because we have a processor that we really need to get on space station. It's the one that actually allows us to process urine, and between storing urine and needing a lot of water when 9 people are on board, it's a really big deal to us. So, in fact, the plan is to actually try and put that item in place tomorrow, do the R&R, get the UPA up and running, and that will probably factor into our decision on when we all come to an undocked decision together as a team. So looking ahead, you've probably heard in the past, we have a series of spacewalks over the next month. TC and Matt are going to go out. We're targeting, believe it or not, at the 13th, so it'd be the day before the 14th. So we probably need to decouple those. So we need to talk more about that. The first EVA is to remove an electronics box on something called our RF frequency groups. You probably heard the acronym RFG. So, but that, yeah, we definitely need to restore that to health. And then we are targeting a couple other EVAs about a week apart after the 13th, so we'll see how that goes. We have an antenna group that we need to move that we're finding doesn't necessarily always have great line of sight and great comm. So that's what we're going to do on the second EVA. And then there's another IROSA mod kit that shows up that we're planning to do on the third EVA. So yeah, we're super excited. Really glad they delivered that one ORU for us. And yeah, in summary, it's just great to see Butch and Sunny back on space station. So with that, I will hand off to Mark.
All right, thanks, Jeff, and thanks everybody for joining us. Wow, yesterday was exciting. I didn't think we could make it more exciting, and we did that today. It was amazing. We accomplished a lot, and really more than expected. You know, we exercised the team, we exercised the crew, and just had an outstanding day. We had 2 phases of work. We had a bunch of planned work we had to go do, And then we had some unplanned work that happened that Steve talked about, but we learned from both of those, and we got a lot accomplished. On the planned side, Steve talked about using the hand controllers and the manual piloting. We did a breakout maneuver as we were approaching the station to make sure we could do that. The crew talked a lot about the displays and the suits and the seats, and they performed the hatch operations to get us into the station. And all those were part of the planned flight test objectives and operational checkouts that we wanted to go do. So check, all that stuff was completed. On the unplanned side, we had some helium problems. So the team did some incredible troubleshooting, exercised the teams back at Mission Ops and back in Florida, and they were very well prepared for this and really just instituted the flight rules or the techniques that we've talked about for the last 3 weeks, because we suspected that maybe something like this would come up, and we were ready for it. So by 3 o'clock this morning, when we had an MMT, it was smooth as butter. We just went right through it and made the decision to recommend going towards docking. Of course, the jet failures that Steve talked about, we ended up doing two jet firings to bring those back online, successful, and we've learned something from that. We filled the sublimator with water. That wasn't planned to do when we did it, and we got that done. And then there were a bunch of team dynamics that took place with the mission operations team, the ISS team, their backup rooms, our backup room back in Florida. All those teams were really working well together to solve these things that came up. So we went through some changes. All this is beneficial to the team, and it's all beneficial to us learning what we need to learn so that we can make this vehicle better. We went around after the docking, lots of smiles on people's faces, and we talked to folks, and I can't tell you how excited everybody was and how proud we are of them and how proud of they are of this vehicle and what we accomplished today. There was a lot of, I'll call it chatter on the air to ground with Sonny and Butch, and it was just crazy to listen to. They were just so complimentary of things. They talked about the vehicle handling and how precise it was, how it was even better than working with the simulator. They had suggestions, they had improvements. They talked about things, don't change this because this works really good, and they had some just techniques. This works a little bit better if you do it this way than if you do it this way. All stuff that you are not going to learn unless you go through a test flight. That's how you learn these things, and that's how you pass them on to the next crew. So it was a test flight. It is a test flight. We said we were going to learn from it, and you can see that we've learned some things, and we're going to apply those to what we do next. As the day went on, we talked to Scott Tingle and Mike Fink and Josh Kutrick, and they were excited about this, and they talked about all the learning and what they were going to do when it's their turn. And so it was just a great day all around. Yeah, we had some things that we ran into, but that's exactly what we wanted to get out of this mission, and really can't say enough to thank the mission operations team, the International Space Station team, that all worked together with our team to make today happen. The goal was to get to ISS. The goal was to dock. The goal was to get Sonny and Butch safely on the International Space Station. Mission accomplished.
Don't forget the pump package.
And deliver the pump package. Bonus.
Right.
Mission accomplished there too. Thank you all so much for your opening remarks. We're now going to move into the question and answer portion of our session today. And as you know, we have quite a bit of interest in this mission, so please limit yourselves to one question to start off with. If you have a question, press *1 to raise your hand, and if you hear your question answered before you have a chance to ask it, please press *2 to remove yourself from the queue. We will start out with Gina Sinceri from the ABC News.
I think this is for Steve Stitch. I know this is a test mission, but did you guys decide to throw in a pop quiz this morning?
It felt a little bit like that. I think it's a test flight, and we expected to learn things. And I think the thing that was great to watch is just how well the team handled each and everything that came their way. So, I'm excited as a commercial crew to get this vehicle docked safely, to see all the systems perform well. We've got quite a bit of work to do when we're now at station. We want to do some of the tests of habitability with the crew and talk about how we extend the 2-crew mission to 4, do the demonstration of the safe haven, and then we'll figure out when to undock and land a little later. But the thing is that the team handled the pop quiz really well, and they got all the answers right.
Thanks, Steve. Our next question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Yes, hi, thank you. Probably for you, Steve, as well. More helium leaks, thruster problems. How worrisome is all this, and where does that leave Starliner when it comes time to come back? Is this going to ratchet up the risk?
Yeah, I think, if I take it one system at a time, we've talked about the sublimator using a little bit more water, so we've refilled that sublimator. We know that we have enough water for entry, and with 2 crew on board, we know the heat load is low enough to where we have plenty of cooling capability on the vehicle, so that problem is not a concern for entry. In terms of the thrusters, we recovered all the thrusters. We only have 1 aft thruster down. Shouldn't be an issue for entry for the deorbit burn or any other phase of the flight. And then the helium system, we just got to take a little time to see what the budget is and what that means for the rest of the flight. So I think if you watch what we did today with the team and how we performed, we'll do the same thing over the next day or so. We'll take a look at the helium leaks and the manifolds and figure out what the plan is to manage. The good thing about the rest of the flight, the most demanding phase from all the thrusters that are needed on the service module really is the rendezvous and docking phase. The rest of the flight, the undocking doesn't require quite as much redundancy and quite as much helium. And then, we can actually close manifolds for the rest of the flight phases. So I think we have some tools in our toolkit to manage this. We'll take a little time to go assess it, and we'll undock and land when we're ready.
Our next question is from Jeff Faust with Space News.
Hi, question for Steve or Mark. With, I think, now 4 helium leaks, is there any reason to believe that there's a common root cause for some or all of them, or are they all leaking for different reasons, do you think? Thanks.
So we've talked about that quite a bit today. They are very similar in the way that they're behaving. So there's a good reason to believe that they may be similar, but we certainly can't rule out that there could be it's and this or it's or that. So we're going to look at everything real closely. Those manifolds are locked up now. That gives us time to kind of think about this a little bit more and troubleshoot. The goal today was to get docked to the International Space Station, and that's what the team focused on. So we're there, and now we can sit back and think a little bit more about what kind of signature did these leaks have, what could be common to each one of them, and what might be different, and then we'll go from there. But I think we probably all lean a little bit more towards there. There is some commonality here, and we're going to take that very seriously.
Thank you. We'll now move on to David Bonneau with About Space Today.
America and the world has been amazed at the journey of Starliner getting into space. But today, I want to talk about a side story, if we could, and I would appreciate some embellishment on this. I noticed in the mission control today, there was a gentleman, and please don't hesitate to explain who that was, had a nice orange tie on and orange socks. This kind of enthusiasm has not been seen in a long time. Who was this man? And tell me the backside of the story, please.
Go ahead, Emily.
Go ahead, Emily. I'm assuming you're talking about Mike Fink. At least that was the brightest tie I saw in the room. The tie was actually presented to him by Butch. He is the backup crew member for Butch and Sunny. There's a tradition, as I understand it, in the flight test community where you wear bright orange. Yep, there he is. You wear bright orange associated with flight test. That particular tie, if you were able to zoom in, there you go. It's signed by Butch and Sunny, and so that was. There were actually a number of orange ties in the room today in honor of the fact that this is a test flight. And so Mike's, I think, were probably the brightest and maybe the most prominent. But yeah, he's on our Starliner 1 crew and proud of the work that's been done on this flight so far.
Thanks, Emily. Our next question comes from Tim Fernholz with Payload Space.
Hi there. Thank you for taking my question. I was curious, when you were assessing the helium leak on the ground, you thought that was either an installation or a material defect. Is there any reason to reassess that now after the issues on this flight? And then just logistically, when the spacecraft is going to deorbit, how much time lapses between its departure from station and a deorbit burn? Thank you.
I can take the first part of that. Yes, it certainly is something that we're going to reevaluate. On the ground, we had one flange that was leaking helium, and we suspected that maybe that seal could have been damaged or where there was some foreign object debris in that cavity. And the rest of the flanges were all tight. There was no leakage whatsoever. So now that we're in flight and we've seen a couple more leaks, if it is a common cause across those flanges, then there might be something more to the flange itself, maybe a bad lot of seals or some other variable. So we're going to have to take that a little bit more seriously and take a look at it. And again, now that we're on station and those manifolds are locked up, it's going to give us some time to think about it and possibly do some more troubleshooting.
Yeah, I think Mark said it very well on the seals. We'll have to go back and do some troubleshooting on the ground. I think, we'll take a look at Starliner 1 flight, go look at all those seals and be able to leak check them maybe more thoroughly and see if there's anything else that we got to go look at. In terms of the time from undock to landing, it's roughly about 4.5 hours or so from the undock time to the time that we execute what's called the deorbit burn, which that is the burn that takes the energy out of the orbit, that puts us on an intercept with the atmosphere. And then from the deorbit burn to landing is roughly on the order of about 40 minutes or so. So a total of, a little over 5 hours and 15 minutes or so from undock to landing.
Thank you both. Our next question is from Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Hey, thanks. Question for Steve and maybe Mark. How much helium is left on the capsule, and how much do you absolutely need to return? And then on the thruster issues, how many thrusters can you lose and still safely return to Earth? Or I guess, in other words, what's the minimum number of thrusters that are absolutely required to make deorbit and return possible? Thanks.
I'll take the second part. I don't know exactly how many we could lose. We're only down one thruster right now, so I can go get that number. The redundancy really is there for a couple things, mainly for the approach and docking to station. We need redundancy as we approach station, and then, after we execute the deorbit burn with the service module, the service module actually does its own disposal. So this service module will end up in the ocean, so we need a number of thrusters to actually back away from the crew module, and then it spins up, and then it executes a little bit of a burn there, so we can go get that for you. I think we're not necessarily worried about all the thrusters for the rest of the flight. If we go back and look at what we did for OFT2, as a matter of fact, when we recovered the thrusters on OFT2 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago, those thrusters did well after we brought them back in and used them for the undock to deorbit phase. In fact, I was looking today, I can't remember which thruster it was, but one of those thrusters fired another 500 pulses as it held the orientation of the spacecraft during the deorbit burn. So we think right now there's something that causes the thrusters to fail, and we don't know exactly why, in between the phase where we're pointing at the sun for a long period of time, get into the rendezvous where we're pulsing these thrusters quite frequently. And we don't do any of that, rapid pulsing for the remainder of the flight. And then I'll be honest, I've been up so long, I forgot the first question. So maybe that's for Mark.
So I'll give you some old numbers, but then we'll explain what it means for the future. Last night when we took a look at this and decided whether or not we had a good situation to go dock, Steve said it earlier, we needed 90 hours of helium to conduct the mission, but that included all the things Steve talked about with multiple rendezvous. That's already behind us, so we don't need that anymore. So that goes in the bank and reduces that 90 hours to something less than that. When we went through the meeting this morning, we had calculated that we had anywhere from 135 to 175 hours on hand. And the reason there's such a big range there is because we were doing those calculations with respect to the whole ullage system and not isolating the manifolds like we can do now once we're on the International Space Station. And the temperatures were also affecting that. So now the teams are going back and recalculating those numbers. The 135 to 175 will likely go up, and the 90 will likely go down, which gives us a lot more margin than we thought we had last night.
Thank you. And our next question is from Eric Berger with Ars Technica.
Hi, thanks very much for doing this. Just wanted to clarify something Steve said earlier about.
We're not hearing Eric in your room.
You mentioned that there was some commonality in the thruster failures observed today and during OFT2, and then you said you didn't quite understand what was happening. Are you saying that the RCS thruster issue from OFT2 is still not understood, or do you think it's a different problem with these thrusters that's not understood now? I'm just trying to clarify whether you had sort of closed out that issue on OFT2 before this mission. Thanks.
Yeah, but when we had the failures on OFT2, of course, we recovered them and used those thrusters during that flight. We went back and made a couple of changes. One, we found that the software needed a little more time. When the thruster gets commanded, it takes a little bit of time for the thruster to go from, it measures the pressure in the chamber, and there's a rise rate on that, and it's looking for a certain time to get up to a certain level to declare the thruster healthy. And so we made a change there, and we thought we had fixed that problem. We made another software change to look at the number of persistence. It has to pass a number of checks to declare a thruster healthy. So we increased the number of times required to fail a thruster. It needs to be 5 consecutive times now. We made those 2 changes, but I think we're missing something fundamental that's going on inside the thruster. Maybe how the heat is soaking back into the thruster and the various components. There's this pressure chamber measurement that I talked about that is a piece of electrical instrumentation that's maybe a bit fragile, so maybe that's part of the problem. And then we got to go look at how the combustion is occurring. So again, the thrusters work fine most of the time. They worked fine yesterday when we had Butch and Sonny doing some manual flying. They work fine to hold attitude control. It seems when we get in this rendezvous sequence where we have to point in a very precise manner, and then we have to fly in a very precise manner, where we're pulsing the thrusters rapidly, that we're building up something in the thruster that's causing the software to declare them failed. When we hot fire them, we were able to recover them. So we've got to do a little bit more research to figure out what's going on.
I think I'd add to that, this is part of where the learning really helps, and having 2 data points rather than 1 data point. We don't get the service module back, so we have to use the data that we get from the flight and then build a fault tree and determine based on that data what's the most likely causes. And then we try to address those. And that's just 1 data point because it's just 1 flight. When you now have this flight with the same types of failures, with a bunch more conditions and a bunch more data that's going to help us narrow in on that fault tree and determine what's going on here. So this is how human spaceflight works. This is how engineering works. We do these tests, we gather more data, and we learn more, and we fix it.
Thank you both. The next question is from Michael Sheets with CNBC.
Hi, everybody. It's Michael. Appreciate any clarity from Steve or Mark here on this question, but with the 5 thrusters that you saw have failures, Was there a commonality between those failures that you saw? I mean, some specifics would be really helpful here on what was in particular in violation. Is it something that you saw go past a certain temperature range? Is it a misfiring? Because it sounds like there's a lot of software-related issue more than perhaps a hardware-related issue. And I'm wondering if you could get a little more specific on what the actual violation that was causing that failure was. Even if you're not necessarily sure of what the source is yet, it'd be nice to know some specifics around exactly what was causing that need to be recycled. And attached to that question is, then when you recycle them and you do those hot fires, what exactly is it doing to clear up the issue? And maybe you can specify a bit more on how that hot firing solves the problem.
Let me start, and I think Steve can get a heck of a lot more detail than I can. But I want to not correct, but just explain a little bit. The hardware, the thrusters worked great, and by refiring them, we proved that. So it's the conditions that we've put in the software that is somehow telling the thruster to be deselected. It doesn't fail; it is being deselected. And that's not a software problem. That's the data we're putting into the software that needs to be understood a little bit more so that we can not deselect those thrusters and keep them operating. Steve?
Yeah, I think Mark said it really well. What we're really looking at is the way you determine a thruster is healthy on a spacecraft is you really have some temperature measurements that you can tell if there's any leakage of the propellants. We don't see any of that. When you fire the thruster, you know that there's a chamber pressure measurement. It measures the pressure in the chamber, and you're looking for a certain pressure in that chamber. And what we see sometimes on some pulses, that pressure doesn't get quite to the limit that it needs to. And if you get 5 consecutive strikes where you're not at that right pressure, the software says, hey, that's not a good thruster. Even if let's say, I think one of the thrusters today, it needs to get to 110 pounds per square inch, and it was like at 108. So clearly that thruster is a good thruster, but just not quite there for some reason. So the software deselects it. We come back, and we re-hot fire that thruster, and maybe give it a little bit of time to cool off in between the pulses. And when we hot fire that thruster, we basically send a pulse to that thruster. We look at the chamber pressure in the thruster, and then we also look at how much thrust comes out of that thruster by how much it changed the vehicle attitude and rates and orientation. And when we do that, we figure the thruster is healthy now. We can, once we look at the data and review it, we can tell the software, essentially, you can fire that thruster again, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Next, we move on to Tariq Malik from space.com.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. And I think I have a question for either Steve or Emily. I'm very curious about what the pace of the dock testing is going to be for Starliner by Sonny and Butch while they're there. I mean, it's been a pretty frenetic pace to get to the station. You've got a weekend coming up. Do they get break time? How much are you looking forward to? And then, Emily, for the station itself, what types of things are you looking at to see how it performs docked at the station to make sure that everything is good to have so many different visiting vehicles connected at that same time? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. The good news is they do get at least one day off. The bad news is because they're only scheduled to be there for a relatively short time, we work them a lot harder than we work our ISS crews. And so we are actually allowed to work them more hours of the day because they're only going to be there for a little while. A lot of the work that they're going to be doing is getting us ahead operationally for the Starliner 1 mission. And so there's emergency equipment that we want to have installed in visiting vehicles. And we had a little bit of a challenge with a shelf that we need to install that on the last mission. So we're going to make sure that hardware can get installed properly. We're going to have them check out grab some of their ISS crewmates, go inside and see how would 4 people configure themselves to sleep in the Starliner, because being in microgravity is a way better test of how would you want to organize yourselves for those kinds of things. We're going to, there's a lot of checkouts there's Wi-Fi checkouts, and we have the tablets that the crew uses but for their timelines and for all of their procedures. We're gonna do a lot of kind of housekeeping activities with those things. We're going to be working on, we're scheduled to do a sublimator refill. We actually already knocked that out. We may manage to do another one just to top off the sublimator before we come home. We're going to do suit and seat checkouts, just a whole lot of habitability assessments to make sure that the crews coming up on the upcoming missions have a good starting point. Was that your only question, or did I miss one?
I think you got it.
Okay.
That was it. All right, up next we have Bill Harwood from CBS News.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'd like to follow up Jeff Faust's question from before. Given that you had these 4 helium leaks in different manifolds or similar systems, if this turns out to be a generic problem, you all told us before launch that, to go into the one you knew about is fairly invasive, given the hazardous materials you've been exposed to. Are you going to have to do that, given you've got multiple leaks in this system? Are you going to have to go tear this down when you get it back? Well, you don't get the service module back, but are you going to have to do some of that on the vehicles you have in flow? And how might that affect certification? I mean, it seems like that would really throw a wrench into the plan to get these guys ready to fly. Thanks.
Yeah, we've already started doing some of this work. We have multiple dog houses not installed on the vehicle that we are starting to tear down, and we're looking at how to do some type of screening test where we can determine if these seals are leaking on the ground with some level of pressure to them so that we can screen for this problem. We also have the service module 6, which is ready, or getting ready for Starliner 1, and that system is not filled with propellant yet. So we can break into that if we need to and do some work. So, we need to go lay this out and see where it ends up, but it's too early to tell. We got to determine what we think the problem is and what the actions are required to go do it. Right now, the vehicle flow, the hardware assembly is well ahead of schedule. So if we had to go plug something in, if it wasn't too invasive, we could probably fit it in.
Yeah, and I agree with everything Mark said. I think we got to go figure out, is it the flange only? Is that the only leak source, or is there some other leak source? How do we check it out on the ground and get ready to fly Starliner 1? And then as Mark builds his plan, we'll work together with Mark and we'll figure out what it means for certification.
Up next is Brendan Byrne with NPR.
Hey, thanks for taking my question here. Again, about the helium, I think you mentioned at the start that with everything closed, there's still a small leak, like something like 7 psi per minute. Is there a concern that could intensify even with the rest of the manifolds closed, and how would that impact operations on the station? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll take that one, and maybe I didn't make it clear. Right now, we are using no helium. There's no helium leaks. So with the manifolds closed, we know, and we looked yesterday, that there's no leakage in the tank. All the leakages in the downstream plumbing in the dog houses, so we're not leaking any helium right now. So that's the benefit of the space station and docking to the space station. We can sit in this configuration for a number of days, understand the system, understand if this is thermally driven. Is there something that we did as we were firing the thrusters on the way that maybe heated the system up? So we just get to take our time and understand where we're at before we undock and land. But right now, we're not leaking any helium at all.
Thanks, Steve. Up next, we have Mark Harrow with Aviation Week Space Technology.
Yes, thanks. I believe this is for Jim Free or Steve Stitch. Is there anything in the challenges you've seen so far that would require another crew flight test before you could certify Starliner?
Yeah, I'll start, and Jim can add. I don't see anything so far that would add another crewed flight test to this point in the mission through docking. If you look back, the sublimator issue, we've dealt with problems with water in space. The space shuttle had a flash evaporator system, which is a similar technology where you run a coolant loop through an area where you spray water on it. That water flashes into space and takes the heat away. That would freeze up at times. Our spacesuit that we use today uses a similar technology, so I don't really see that as a problem. The helium leaks, we just have to go take our time to work through it and figure out how we can make the system leak tight on the ground. If you look back toward OFT2, that system was much tighter for some reason, and we had, a couple of really tiny leaks when we docked. And then thrusters, it's an issue that we faced on OFT2, and now we just have to work through, maybe including some extra hot fire testing on the ground of a thruster to see what's causing it. And I'll see if Jim has anything to add.
I'll just say it's almost 31 hours to the minute since launch. So, I mean, and you've seen everything that's happened in that 31 hours, and these folks on the panel and the teams that are out there have not slept. So I think, let us process the data. These folks put 2 people on space station in 31 hours and tested the heck out of the vehicle. So I think right now the time is to focus on that and figure out how we're going to get them the testing done on station and then get them home.
Thank you. Next up, we have Chris Davenport with the Washington Post.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm just wondering, while you have the spacecraft attached to the station, is there anything you can do in terms of maybe sending the astronauts out there to inspect it and see if they can find out what's going on with the thrusters, or if the ground controllers to do it? Steve, you had said, you want to take some time to assess it. I just wonder if that's going to happen sort of after the mission is over, when you've lost the service module, or if there's anything you can do, in the next week or so. Thanks.
Yeah, I think with the helium leaks, those are inside the doghouse with the covers on, so I don't necessarily see that the crew wouldn't have any way to really go out and do any kind of investigative leak checking inside the doghouse. That's best done, as Mark described, on the ground in the processing facility with the next vehicle. We can do lots of different tests there on the ground, even some thermal tests on the ground. And then thrusters, we're going to go take a look. We requested some imagery of that back area. Again, I think the thrusters are working fine, and maybe we didn't describe it very well. The thrusters, when they're active, are firing and producing the right amount of thrust. These our reaction control system thrusters produce about 100 pounds of thrust each, so we're getting that thrust out. It's just sometimes the software is deselecting them, so don't necessarily see that flying around or doing anything else other than being docked to station is the right course of action at this time.
All right, up next we have Anthony Leon with Spectrum News.
Hello, thank you so much for taking our questions. This is for Emily Nelson. Earlier, you said something about there were some safety or emergency measures that were not included in Starliner, and I'm just wondering what they were. And as a quick follow-up, going forward, would NASA and Boeing consider some more uncrewed flights to make sure they work everything out before they put people back on board? Thank you very much.
Certainly. So for the emergency hardware I was referring to, we have some emergency scenarios on the space station itself that the crewed vehicles are the safe haven, the escape pod that you then have the astronauts escape to. And in some situations, you have them stay in there for up to 24 hours while you sort out what's going on in ISS. For those cases in particular, rather than flying hardware up and back down again with each mission, we have the hardware that they need to remain safe for those 24 hours. We just have that hardware on the space station, and once a spacecraft docks, we then put that hardware in that fresh spacecraft, and then before they undock, we take it back out again so that we're not flying the same hardware up and down over and over again, because as of today, we've never used it yet. And so that's what I was talking about when it comes to the emergency supplies.
It's basically a deep contingency where the station becomes atmosphere is uninhabitable. The crew's getting in. Starliner, we do the same thing with Dragon, by the way. We use the same equipment in Dragon, and we actually have it installed in the Crew 8 Dragon if we were to have a problem on station. So we're doing that same test of that same equipment with Starliner. It's a contingency. We just want to get it installed and check it all out for Starliner.
Make sure it fits.
All right, our next question comes from Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, I just want to confirm that you are now up to 4 helium leaks, correct? 1 before launch, 2 found in space, and 1 at the space station after being docked. And then just double check that that's helium used to pressurize the thrusters for fuel lines. Thank you.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We had 1 leak before launch. That was in what we call our port doghouse manifold 2. And that leak rate got a little less from where we had checked it in the vertical integration facility out to the pad. And then since then, yesterday we found 1 in port manifold 1 and 1 in top manifold 1. And then today it was starboard manifold 2. So, and that's what we're managing, and that's what we're doing the analysis that Mark talked about to look at our margins relative to the rest of the mission.
Next on the phone, we have David Curley with Full Throttle.
Thanks very much for doing this. Mark Nappy, great smile yesterday. 2 questions. On Harwood's question about what do you do with the next capsule? You a flange or a seal or something is problematic there. Do you kind of stop or to figure out what's going on before you progress with that? And secondarily, you had this question in the last couple of days about video and live video. It was a little bizarre to hear Sonny saying, and here is Butch showing something to the other camera. Have you and Boeing management decided that maybe on Starliner 1, it's time to do live video?
Get away and smile. So on the second question, we do have we did start putting the downlink hardware into the capsule. We didn't finish it for this flight, and that's something that will work for the future. We do record the data, and the crew can turn off and on the cameras, but we can get that data once we get on the station, and we'll download that. And in the future, we'll likely have some downlink capability. The first part of your question, no, we're not just going to stop. Like I said, we have to develop some kind of screening technique for this, and that is already in work, and the teams are just getting ready to tear some of that hardware down this week so that we can start that test criteria and see if we can come up with something that will look for these problems. We will also work with the supplier and determine if we were to take that flange assembly apart or look for other areas in that doghouse that could be potential leak sources, where would we look and how would we do that? So there's plenty of work to do before we come to some kind of conclusion that we know where this is at and what we're going to do about it.
Thanks, Mark. And the next question comes from Sophie Sanchez with Cosmic Chicago.
Thank you. This question, I believe, is for Steve. You mentioned that the issues that you saw today require the need for more manual piloting. Do any of those issues point to the need for additional manual flying during undocking or any of the return operations, or will they lead to changes in any of the undocking procedures? Thank you.
Yeah, we haven't totally spent a lot of time looking at undocking. I don't foresee, since we just docked a few hours ago. So I don't think that we would need to do any manual flying during undocking based on what we saw today. Again, the manual flying today was a little bit about as the thrusters failed and we were in the process of recovering them, there was some iterations between the ground and the crew and the vehicle being in what we call free drift, so no thrusters can fire at all. And then we drifted, while we were doing those checkouts, we were in a safe configuration. We were on the very front part of station flying, 270 meters from station. And so we needed to move back in a little bit, and we had the crew doing some of that flying. Yeah. And that part went really well. Undocking is a lot simpler. We just move away from the station and do some simple burns. So.
I'd also note that most of the procedures we executed today, we actually also executed in similar situations on OFT2 when we didn't have a crew. And so having the crew do the manual piloting is partially for the crew's benefit so that they get the experience and they can tell future crews what that looks like, how it's different from the simulators on the ground. It's also just simpler because they're there, but the ground team would have been able to send most of those commands as well if this had been an uncrewed flight, because we did have experience with a lot of these operations. And so in an undocked scenario, if we had additional thruster failures and we needed to get those thrusters back, we'd execute those same procedures again. But that doesn't change the undock itself. That just helps us do additional hot fires of additional thrusters if we need to, which we also did on OFT2, as Steve mentioned before.
Thank you. We are now moving on to Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. My question's for Steve or Mark. I'm wondering if we can get some context about how the variety of issues Starliner experienced today compares to other vehicles like Crew Dragon, Space Shuttle, or even the Soyuz. To the average person, or at least to me, it sounds as if Starliner has a lot of glitches and technical problems that keep popping up. And I'm wondering if we can quantify how these compare to the various glitches and issues that have popped up during flights of other vehicles, which at least outwardly don't seem as abundant. So is that a fair judgment, or do we consider this normal spaceflight behavior within the context of other crewed vehicles? Thanks.
Yeah, maybe I can start and maybe Mark can add. I would say some of the challenges that we are facing for this flight are very similar to the space shuttle when I talked about the cooling issues with having water in space relative to the shuttle had the flash evaporator system that was used for cooling during the transition to ascent before we got the payload bay doors open, and then after we closed the payload bay doors before entry. We used that system to provide cooling. We had numerous freeze-ups with that system, numerous problems. So I would say that this phenomenon of using water in space to cool is something that's always a challenge. So that's not necessarily something for Starliner. That's just a challenge that we always see with that system. And then I would say that the rest of the learning that we have relative to the helium leaks and the thrusters are very similar to the learning that we've seen on other vehicles, whether it be Space Shuttle or even some of the early Cargo Dragon flights. If I look at where, the Crew Dragon is, people forget that SpaceX leveraged heavily their Cargo Dragon to get to the capability they had with Crew in terms of their flight software, their thrusters, and other systems on the vehicle. So it was kind of an evolution to get to the crewed vehicle, adding the life support systems and the abort systems and then the parachute system. So, I would say there was learning there in the cargo vehicles that helped SpaceX get to where they are on the crew vehicles. If I step back and look at shuttle, I think we had learning on every single flight relative to things that we learned on every single system. Some we redesigned. The first shuttle flight lost tiles in orbit as the vehicle returned. It had a major overpress of the OMS pods at liftoff that we didn't understand. The vehicle for STS-1, when they landed the vehicle, when Captain Young landed the vehicle, the ground effect was different than was expected, and so he had a heck of a time landing that vehicle. So that was a traditional kind of issue that you see with a new development. And, if you really step back, the crewed flight test is a little bit like STS-1 from a new vehicle perspective, first time with crew.
Yeah, I definitely would, if you're going to make a comparison, you make a comparison from this flight to STS-1. I joined shuttle in about the 1985 timeframe when there were 20 or so flights, 25 flights behind us already, and we were still learning a great deal, way more than what we're learning on this vehicle. We have two problems on this vehicle right now: the helium leak and figuring out how to fine-tune these thrusters so that they're not selected off. Those are pretty small, really, issues to go deal with, and we'll figure them out for the next mission. So I don't see these as significant at all.
Thank you both. We now have a question from Ken Kramer with Space Up Close.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for doing this. My question is, I'm not sure who this is for, maybe Steve, maybe somewhere else. Will you be returning that defective UPA? And are you going to bring any science samples or other hardware back on the mission? Thank you.
I think that one's for Jeff, actually. So.
Yeah, so we don't plan on bringing back any of the pump that we would put in the UPA. Like I said, we want to try and put the new one in tomorrow, and hopefully it spins up and everything works well. It turns out the one that's on orbit today with another one that's on orbit, we're actually looking at some, we call it in-flight maintenance. We're cannibalizing one of the pumps to try to maybe take the motor out and create a new pump, since it's such a vital part of what we need to process water and, well, urine and then water. So no, we don't plan to bring one home. In fact, on our next Northrop Grumman flight, we're bringing up another pump module. So we're going to have a pump module party, I guess, and then maybe we'll start cannibalizing if we need to do that.
All right, thank you. And we have a follow-up from Joy Roulette from Reuters.
Hi, thank you for taking my follow-up question. I was just wondering, I know Boeing and NASA are in the midst of a battery redesign study connected to Starliner's batteries. I was wondering if the teams are going to take a look at that while Starliner is on the space station at all, or run any tests related to the batteries. And also, how long can Starliner on this mission stay docked to the International Space Station? Thank you.
I can start and see if Mark has anything to add. Yes, we do have a battery upgrade that we're studying right now. Obviously, we're collecting data from this flight relative to that battery upgrade. So far, the batteries have been performing well. And if I remember right, the dock duration can go up to 45 days.
Okay. Next question comes from Tim Bernholtz with Payload Space.
Hi there. A quick follow-up. I believe someone mentioned that there was a request for imagery of the rear portion of the Starliner. Who did you request that imagery from?
So, yeah, it's pretty standard that we'll use the various assets on the International Space Station, our truss-mounted cameras and the cameras on the robotic arm, to survey our visiting vehicles, make sure that they're in good shape before we let them depart. So we'll do that for the Starliner tomorrow, actually. We do that from the ground. Our robotics controllers here and in Montreal execute those procedures. We do that for the Dragon before they leave. We do that for Soyuz before they leave. It's a pretty standard procedure for us. And in this case, of course, if there's any piece of hardware that we're specifically interested in, then we target those and have our imagery folks take a look at the results.
Thank you. And the last question we have time for today is with David Curley from Full Throttle.
Thanks very much. Jim Free, you've been sitting there for a while. So talk about the big picture. I mean, we're 3 administrations back when commercial cargo, commercial crew was thought about. And this is a significant effort to accomplish what was thought of back then. What does it mean to you? What does it mean to NASA? Here's your big picture. It's the big softball. Have it.
Well, I appreciate the softball, but I would love to answer some of the prop questions.
I can take this one. You can go.
I mean, I think some of it I captured in my opening remarks. This is, NASA set out to create an opportunity for commercial space, first with cargo, then with crew, return and crew launches from the U.S. I think this is another step down that path. It shows what NASA can do by leading people to a commercial space industry. We're starting that now with a commercial LEO destination. We're doing a lot more with services to bring commercial space with us. Boeing's 3rd launch of Starliner, first launch with crew, is another step in that direction. What we're doing, what you see on Space Station happening today, with the National Lab, what we're doing commercially there to allow science and innovation and entrepreneurship with companies happening every day on station, getting our crews there, getting our cargo there, getting cargo home. I think we've set that path, and you're just seeing us execute it. And the time that you talked about 3 administrations ago, ultimately it's about doing this in a way we do it safely and do it successfully. and that's going to take time, and it's going to be different time increments for different architectures, different approaches, and you're seeing the Boeing architecture and approach come to fruition with Butch and Sonny climbing through that hatch today.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you to all of you for being here today to answer questions, and everyone who has dialed in not just for this briefing, but followed the mission over the last couple of days. Before we close, our coverage of Starliner astronauts visit will continue over the next several days with a number of in-flight events that begin on Saturday, June 8th at 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams providing a televised tour of Starliner. For all of our programming throughout Starliner's mission, please go to the NASA television website at www.nasa.gov/NTV. And with that, we leave you with a little recap of what has occurred over the last couple of days. Thank you for joining.
Houston, Starliner roll.
Roger, roll.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Ready for the event.
KUSA Denver 9 News, this is Mission Control Center, Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Anusha Roy. How do you hear me?
Anisha, loud and clear. How about me?
I can hear you. I'm ready to speak.
Let's do this.
Okay. Oh, I don't see him, right? I'm not supposed to see him anywhere. Okay. All right. Matt, Dominic, can you hear me all right? This is Anusha out of 9 News in Denver.
I hear you great. Great to be talking to Denver today.
Yes, we're so excited to chat with you as well. I just wanted to start off by hearing a little bit about your role and your responsibility right now.
Oh, so many roles up here. We switch hats all the time, metaphorically, I'm speaking, of course. But I'm a flight engineer aboard the space station. I was a crew member on the Dragon to get up here, responsible for safely getting a crew of 4 to the space station for a 6-month mission, and here in a few months, responsible for getting them home. But on space station, I'm everything from a plumber, fixing the toilet or the plumbing on board the space station, an electrician, to somebody who's helping an investigator on the ground conduct an experiment. In fact, and then in the next 2 weeks, we're getting ready to go outside to do a spacewalk. We've got a cargo vehicle from Russia arriving tomorrow. We've got another crew coming up for a space test on flight test on Sunday. It's a busy place. So you want to talk about roles? I could talk about roles all day.
I am curious to hear, in your time so far, what has stood out to you the most? Like, what was that moment where your jaw kind of dropped, like, wow, this is my work, like, this is what I'm doing?
Oh man, I think a good phrase that I heard, I don't know, a couple of years ago for that is what they call like a pinch me moment. Like, is this real? You call it a pinch me moment, and there's just been so many pinch me moments. That first time, we got to orbit, you felt the 0G in your seat, and then, you kind of leaned forward. We had, like you talked about, roles and responsibilities, but then you had that chance to just look out the window for the first time and see the curvature of the Earth and the thinness of the atmosphere. Or, just floating. Once you came aboard, the hatch opening and seeing your crewmates that you hadn't, you trained with, and friends with for many years but hadn't seen in a long time. There's just so many pinch me moments. Is this real?
Wow. Okay. We are like giddy that we had a chance to talk to you today. I am curious, you were talking about the view. Like, what is your view right now if you were looking out the window? What do you see?
So there are actually two windows right behind me, and I'm not sure. It looks like it's dark because there's not light cracking through the sides. But the view is incredible, both day and night. I've probably shot over 100,000 images trying to capture it to the best of my ability, and I still can't capture what the human eye can see despite all those efforts. The colors are incredible. We've had some amazing aurora. You're seeing other satellites, seeing stars, seeing the planets, seeing the moon, seeing it all interact, and Earth, and then Denver. I've actually had a chance to fly over Denver a couple of times itself. So it's just such a beautiful sight to see. I can't really explain it.
Yeah, I can imagine flying over Denver and Colorado is particularly important because you have a lot of ties here.
I did. I grew up there. I grew up just there in Wheat Ridge and, in the mountains. And probably that's where I got my exploration spirit that made me want to come to space, right? Exploring outside my backyard in the beautiful landscapes of Colorado, going up into the mountains, the canyons, the valleys, the mountaintops. That I don't know how you don't walk away from Colorado without an exploration spirit.
Yeah. And I'm curious about when you do come back here on Earth. I know it's about 6 months or so. What are you the most excited to share about what you learned with folks here in Colorado?
Oh, so many things. Obviously, the first thing I'm excited to go back and see friends and family, and we've been separated for some time up here, but to get back and you're taught and and you hear all the time the importance of conserving and taking care of the Earth. But coming up here, the fragility is just so much more evident. The thinness of the atmosphere, you look out and you see how little there is between humans on Earth and the vacuums of space. And so, yes, I understand conservation is something I've thought about, for much of my life, but it just seems so much more deep and so much more clear to me, the fragility of our civilization now.
And my last question for you is just I know there was so much training, so much studying, and it was a long journey to get to where you are right now. What would you say to anyone else, especially, the younger kids who might be watching this going, I'd love to do the same thing that you're doing right now?
There's a lot of advice, this could be a long time, but I think the simplest way to say it is to go do things you love because you'll never want to stop doing them and you'll ultimately be really good at them. And this job requires people from all kinds of disciplines as we move our civilization to low Earth orbit and then onto the moon and to Mars. We need everybody, all types. And so if you go do something you love, you'll be really good at it and it will never, ever feel like work.
Oh my gosh. Well, it has been such a pleasure to be able to connect with you, Matt. Thank you so much for sparing a little time for us to chat with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Great to talk to Colorado.
Station is the Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.